things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings, salutations, all that. High fives and fist bumps and everything else. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Good, good. Well, you look great. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Bill, we have somebody new in the room.
I've been here for 10 and a half years, idiot.
Barry Santora is out. Bridget Linton is here.
What's
her.
going on,
Hi.
guys? This is going to be so fun. I can already tell.
You see Bridget on the sidelines of the Browns games. You see her all around town, right? She's a bon vivant. She's got a joie de vivre. And you know Poundcake, too. He's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello. Hi, Bridget.
They have
Hello,
history.
we do.
Well, so I'm the only person on the show that hasn't met you. I met you 10 minutes ago.
Sure did.
But Bill knew you. Poundcake knows you from the University of Akron, he said.
Yes, fellow Zips. Back to our WZIP
and ZTV.
ZTV days.
Squat.
We'll pretend like it was only a couple of years ago.
So you guys were there at the same time.
Yes.
Wow. And he was on the radio side and you were on the television side.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, I feel like there was like a hidden rivalry, too.
Between radio and television?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant between me and you, and I'm like, that must be one-sided, Cody.
No.
It's a unilateral rivalry.
I know there's no rivalry with you versus me because you have not aged a day in almost 10 years, and I'm finding new and creative ways to hide my hairline. So,
You know, you just made my entire day, and you still look fabulous. You look the exact same from college.
oh, you're
Is
a
that
nice
good?
liar.
Is that good or
pictures
bad,
and
Poundcake?
prove her wrong.
So
I actually think you look better these days with the hair grown out.
I think I look better, too. College was discovery time for me. It was a very experimental time for me.
he was finding himself.
Like fine wine, you just get better with age.
That's right. Linton's going to be an Irish name, yes?
So I actually don't know if Linton is that Irish. My mom's side of the family is more of where I celebrate my Irish heritage.
Yeah.
My dad has a little bit of everything in him.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's actually Irish, but that is the heritage I celebrate the most.
I was going to say, it's
the
got to
month
be.
of March is my favorite month.
There you go.
Always Irish dancing.
Right. Oh, hard shoe or soft shoe?
Both.
Oh, nice.
Come on, yeah.
Boy, I used to live down. Well, I had a girlfriend in college who did. Her family was like 500% Irish. So her and her sisters all had to do the dancing and the thing, and it's not easy.
Now,
but
did
it's
they
very
actually
time consuming.
Were they competitive with it, or did they just do it for fun to celebrate being
Her
Irish?
youngest sister was competitive. In the truest sense of the word. Yeah, so it was a lot of clicking and clacking and a lot of, and that was, listen, I was in college a long time ago. That's when river dance was a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
So I think girls and guys, I guess maybe too, who got into that at that time was up like 500% because of that river dance dude.
Oh, yes. Michael Flatley. Yeah, I have a picture with
Flatley,
him.
right.
I have a picture with him when I was about 3 years old. Then, yeah, that was my whole life. I'm tall, so people
Yep.
always ask, what sport did you play? I'm like, listen, I was traveling the world Irish dancing.
Yeah.
It counts. It's a sport.
But did you play? Did you play volleyball or anything like that? Or
See, that's where I feel like I kind of missed out because
you didn't play volleyball?
I shot up to be 5'11". I did in middle school, and then I got so competitive with Irish dance. I was competing at the world championship level over in Ireland, and the coach in high school didn't really get it, and so I had to choose, and I chose dance. But I'm not regretting it because it's my fun fact. It's a great bar trick nowadays.
Sure.
Yeah.
Was dancing without moving your arms?
Yeah.
like Molly Shannon on Seinfeld.
Just really throwing people for a loop with how fast my feet can go.
Right. It's like a blur if you look below the ankle. You're from Northeast Ohio. This area
Yes.
is your home?
Green, Ohio, if you're familiar.
Yeah, I know Green.
That's my hometown.
Yeah, and fits into the Irish thing, too.
Mm-hmm.
So how far can one go competing globally in Irish dancing? Like, what's the tippy top?
I believe it's the Lord.
Is that what it is? Wow.
The Lord of the Dance.
Lord
Right?
of the
Well, she'd
dance.
be the lady of the dance.
Yeah.
It's 2023. Anybody can be what they want.
That's true. Lord of the knee on the end.
Well, the highest level of competition is the World Championships of
Yeah.
Irish dance. That's typically held in Ireland. So
In
I did.
Dublin.
It moved around. It was in Dublin one year. It was
Okay.
in Killarney one year.
Yeah.
Ennis.
Yeah.
One year they did move it to Scotland. It was in Glasgow. Scotland.
Ooh, that's controversial there. They moved it right over the
They sure
border
did.
to, yeah. This says that you are also you are a Miss Ohio Teen USA.
Is this like Wikipedia? Where is this stuff
No,
coming
no, I'm
from?
looking at your Instagram.
Oh, okay, great.
It's your bio.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I have that in there, huh? Yes.
She's like, where are you? You have research done.
I know. I was like, I'm very
just looking at
impressed
your
with
Instagram.
Your research.
You
Alan.
put it up there.
Yes,
Miss
I was.
Ohio Teen USA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back in the day, 100 years ago.
Now, for girls that do pageants, because like my younger sister is a lot, I'm 17 years older than she is. So, but when she was younger, she had a pageant phase, right?
Yeah.
But are a lot of the girls who do really well in that tall like that? Like, does tall help? 5'11" helps?
I will say it helps.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't
'Cause
really
then you're
know.
in heels on top of that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the one time in my life where I fit in with other tall women. Usually I'm towering over everyone.
Yeah.
But
Especially
around
the year they added the dunk contest. That came in really
That
handy.
was a big, yeah.
They did. So I didn't grow up doing pageants. I just competed in Miss Ohio Teen USA, and it was a great
Wait,
experience.
so you just showed up, like all these girls that have probably been done pageants for years, you show up one time, win, and they're like, what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
I loved it because now I get to host a lot of them. So I host a
Okay.
lot of the Miss USA state pageants.
And you have cred because you know what they're going through.
Yeah, exactly.
You couldn't just walk on and go, hi, everybody.
Right.
Yeah, I'm camera friendly. You know what they're doing now.
Yes, I understand what it's like to walk in heels, in a
Yep.
bikini, and an evening gown, interviews, the onstage question, all of it.
Vaselining your teeth,
It's
the whole bit.
That's a real thing.
Yeah. So the last time you competed, I mean, you were a teenager a few years ago, I
Oh, thank
assume.
you. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
A few
so
years back.
the last competition that you were, I've got a clip of the very last competition that Bridget was in.
Personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have that, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as.
Now, that had to be demoralizing. That just had to be, you were on the spot. It was so difficult for you to answer that
You know, it
question.
never made sense until today. Now I get it, seeing you in person.
Uh-huh.
You guys.
It all makes sense.
Well, just not to confuse the listeners and viewers right now, that was not me. However,
What?
that was the last year that Miss Teen USA was nationally televised. I'm guessing that might have had something to do with it. But that is why I wanted to compete. I was watching it at home. I'm like, I could do that. I could probably make more sense than she did.
Yeah.
Maybe I should try it.
That girl's like 40 now. Like, she gave up on life. She's like, I got a husband. I'm out in the woods. I got a dog. I don't want anything to do with any of that.
I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. So Bridget's sitting in today for Mary, and I got to take a break here. More money for you to win, by the way. You listen for those keywords because they come about 30 past every hour. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for those. I'll have more of those Nate Bargatze tickets for you. I'm going to talk to Chelsea Handler later on. I actually talked to her this morning, and since our phones are so bad, I talked to her I put her on my phone on speaker, and that was how I did the interview. So I'll play Chelsea Handler for you later on. She is at Playhouse Square on Friday night, and I was like talking to her. 35192, you want to text for anything. If you want to watch live, you can at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC, a heartwarming
Save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
Hi, I'm Frances Fry.
And I'm Ann Morris.
And we are the hosts of a new TED podcast called Fixable.
We've helped leaders at some of the world's most competitive companies solve all kinds of problems.
On our show, we'll pull back the curtain and give you the type of honest, unfiltered advice we usually reserve for top executives.
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) or 800-348-1007. I got another $1,000 for you in about 8-9 minutes from the Buzzard bookie. Bridget Linton's here. She is your on-field host for the Browns. She's on camera a lot. She's a proud Akron Zip. She's filling in for Mary today. I was leaving last night, and, you know, we park here in the garage, and I'm usually in and out, and it's just packed. It's just, the traffic's crazy. There's people walking everywhere, and I go, Bill, what the hell's going on tonight? It was that Eagles concert last night. I was originally going to go, and then Steely Dan canceled, and so that knocked it out for me, but I had completely forgotten about that. But, of course, Joe Walsh is the guy who gets all the love because he went to Kent and all that kind of stuff. So everybody goes bananas for Joe Walsh. But, you know, they played to their crowd. Don Henley is the last original member of that band. And those guys, you know, they're like in their late 70s. And the audience showed that.
They show up.
Yeah, they did show up. So if you went to go see them last night, by all accounts, it was a good time. Here's what the Plain Dealer said. A fan-friendly hit parade is what the Eagles did. Boy, that's a 5-star review right there. Don Henley.
That'd have been great if they just said, we're doing all new stuff.
Yeah.
You guys paid $300 for the cheapest seats here, and we're going to do we wrote this all today. Tell us what you think.
But the beauty of a show like that is you get Joe Walsh, like he plays his solo stuff. So he's playing like Funk 49 and he's playing Life's Been Good. And, you know, Don Henley said that they wanted to give everybody a vacation from all the turmoil in the world. And he said, and unlike the folks up there in D.C., we're going to have some unity in here this evening, except D.C. is south of us. I know bands don't know where they are at any given time. They're like, hello, Tulsa. They don't know. They're on the bus or they're flying, right? But that's a pretty egregious geographical error. I suck at geography.
That's what I was going to say.
6 hours south of us, D.C. Sons of bitches. I mean, so anyway, they had the Steve Miller Band. I should have gone to see Steve Miller because he very famously just crapped all over the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when they said they wanted to induct him. He got in 6-7 years ago, and he was a very, very anti-Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because he didn't like Jan Wenner. And now that Jan Wenner got what happened to him? He got Me Too'd, or he said black artists were stupid or something?
Black artists and female artists didn't have a lot to do with rock and roll.
There you go. That's what he said. Yeah. Their brains weren't as strong as, so Jan Wenner.
Didn't really contribute to rock and roll or something like that.
So Steve Miller, I guess, is a lot happier now that Jan Wenner's gone. He told everybody last night that he had actually gone to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame yesterday and said that they're doing a pretty good job.
So DJ Jake C was at the concert last night in the chat, and he said that his friend got puked on.
Ooh. Hey!
And then they upgraded that person to a suite. So Poundcake, maybe that's how you can get upgraded to a suite by going to the Kiss concert.
I gotta get puked on.
Yes!
And then boom, you're in the suite, covered in puke.
Come on, get puked on.
We're not committed to your craft.
I need to ask, what would you rather do. If you're going to a concert,
go to
say
Kiss?
it's your favorite concert, your favorite band ever, and you either have to sit at the very top of the row at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, or you can be front row, but you have to get puked on.
First of all, we call it Romo Fijo.
Romo Fijo, thank you. Yep.
So I just had a big mouthful. Romo Fijo.
Yeah, Romo Fijo.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're just trying to help you out. I mean, it's, you know, much more succinct. Would you rather be up in like Loudville,
Yes.
where your head is hitting the rafters, or your front row,
but you have to get puked on?
but you got puked on?
Do I get to pick what they had for lunch that day?
Nope.
Nope.
So it's
Random vomit.
Nope.
They had sushi and deep fried
and porridge and beef stew.
No, I don't think
They had bangers and mash and Boston cream pie.
I
Bridget, just for you.
I
in
want to
case-
be. I'll take the 200s. I don't want somebody vomiting on me. I don't want that.
Loudville is not 200s. I think Loudville's like, what, 300?
No,
So that's what I mean.
it's
Like
just
if your head's
200s.
hitting the rafters, I thought it was a 200.
I
It's
thought
only
200 was like mid-level.
No, that's 100. With the M,
Lower
right?
bowl. Yeah.
The M100.
I don't know. I haven't been up that high, you guys. I can't lie.
Jesus
Bridget
Christ.
gets all the.
What a flex. I've never been up there.
No, I was trying to think.
She's like, I'm tall and beautiful. Why would I be up there with the uggs?
No, I was thinking 500s, and you guys are saying 2. I'm like, well, 500s.
500s is at
Cleveland
the
Brown Stadium.
Cleveland Brown Stadium, but I had
Romo
Romo
Fijo.
Fijo 200s.
Now at Brown Stadium, I've only ever been that high.
Really?
So, well, no. I the only time I ever go see the Browns are when the Bears are in town because that's my team.
Gotcha.
Well, they're in town like once every other season, right? Or it's preseason, and who cares? So I'll splurge on a couple of tickets.
Yeah.
But it's fun. I mean, I have a good time.
Maybe
I don't
you
wanna
can
get
come
vomited
to
on.
at least one game this season to support your new friend, me.
New friend. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, great.
I'll sit up there and go, hey, what's going on, man?
I'll get you nice tickets.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, anybody want to puke on me?
Okay, well, wait, Cody, you never.
Bridget, it's me, the guy from the radio. What's up?
I have to get used to the fact that you guys call him Poundcake, not Cody.
Yeah.
Okay, so Poundcake, you never answered the question.
We also call him stupid and dummy a lot.
Yeah, you can call him whatever you like.
Aren't you so happy with your career path, Bridget? You don't get demeaned like this at your job.
You earn every bit of it.
Thank you. I guess Loudville, because I don't want to get puked on. Because if someone else pukes, then I'm going to puke. Like, I don't like seeing puke.
But
That's a great
in
point.
this scenario, it's for Whitney.
Ooh, Houston?
So she's out of...
She's alive?
She's alive.
Okay.
This is a live Whitney, clean, singing her songs, doing her best. You get puked on.
Well, then, yeah, obviously. If I knew that she was going to have her, like, demise within a couple weeks, then yes, I would definitely go see her.
Now it is, since we know what she had, it's crack vomit.
You know what?
How do you feel about that?
I'll do a little crack, too.
It's
once in a lifetime
You'll do a
opportunity.
little crack in her eye.
I would try.
You got to hit the pipe to get on the floor.
And then she's going to see you and go, ew, get this vomit guy out of the front row.
That's right.
You never had the crack?
It's crack mixed with bath water. That's what is in her stomach.
Oh.
You are so...
Oh, I'm sorry. I made it all up. Come on.
Is crack vomit a thing? Like, you can throw up from, like, doing crack and heroin. Like, I know people have, like, the spins or something from when they do, like, hard drugs. Is that, like, a thing where you
The spins. That's putting it nicely, by the way. That's a very diplomatic way to...
Dope sick or whatever.
Yeah.
That's usually withdrawals, though. That's not from taking it, I don't think.
You feel great.
Bridget, what do you know about crack? All we know about, we don't know a lot about drugs here, but we do know one thing about meth.
Yeah, we know a little bit about that.
Yeah.
What is it that we know again?
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
That's right. Can you confirm or deny?
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Meth ain't that bad.
Guys, I don't have any experience with any
That's
types
right.
of drugs.
I think
so-
you're better off.
Yeah.
I think you're better off.
No experience with Loudville or drugs.
I mean, I'm going to be upgrading people at the KISS show. Let me just be
She
very
just had
clear.
to reiterate, never been to Loudville.
They're both pretty high.
Yeah. But you're so tall, everybody's asking you how the air is up there anyway. So, yeah, that's her revenge on you, on the hoi polloi. I'm going to be upgrading people at the KISS show. I'm going to be there on Sunday, but I want to clarify, it won't revolve around any bodily fluids. You won't have to be vomited on or anything like that, unless that's your thing. I don't want to kink shame either. But just wear your buzzard stuff. If you're not going to be wearing KISS T-shirts, wear a Buzzard shirt.
It's tough to wear a Kiss T-shirt because they aren't known for merchandise.
They're real hard to find. They are real hard to find. I have to imagine, people are used to going to shows, and there's going to be a merch table. And I don't think Kiss does that.
Kiss is not a merch band.
No, they are all about the music. And so, somebody might get real crazy and go, well, I want to be buried in a coffin that's covered in Kiss stuff. And they go, what are you, we don't do that. Are you crazy? So, but I'll be there on Sunday. Stansbury's going to be there and Corey's going to be there. We're all going to have floor tickets. So just remember this, that we're going to be upgrading people, putting them on the floor. So this
Are
conversation.
there going to be floor tickets near you?
Huh?
I'm just curious.
Near me?
Yeah, like are you going to be on the floor?
I'm not on the floor.
Okay.
I'm going to be lower bowl. You will have better tickets than me.
Well, that might have been a thing for people. Like, yes, I'm on the floor, but I'm sitting next to Alan, so I'll just stay in Loudville.
Fortunately, it's really loud on the floor, and so yeah. Now you might get blood. You might get fake blood on you. I don't know if Gene Simmons still does the blood, but it'd be worth it. No. This is never say I don't do anything for this audience. I give of myself. You will have better tickets than I do. We'll put you on the floor. So we're going to be looking for people in Buzzard shirts, and we'll go, hey, I'm sure it'll be something along those lines. Hey, you want to go down on the floor for Kiss? You're not going to Kiss, are you?
I'm not.
On Sunday night? You know who they are, though.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's the long tongue guy.
The long tongue guy.
Yeah.
Yes, right. Gene Simmons.
One of their best songs.
I'm the long tongue guy. It's long tongue time again.
Long tongue to the top.
I mean, their music is great. I will say, yeah, the paint on the face and all that, it's a little scary, but it's fitting. It's almost Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the farewell tour. So they're going to finally just go home and rest in their millions.
What do you do on Sundays when it's an away game? Because you don't travel with the team. So do you have to just do reps at home?
She can come to the Cox Out pre-games now that those are for away games.
There you go.
It's funny you ask that because now I haven't had an away game off yet because different people that are having watch parties, local restaurants, bars, they've contacted me to host and basically do what I do in game, but just
I didn't know if you traveled.
Setting.
I thought maybe you traveled with them.
I don't. So yeah, I'll be hosting a watch party, which will be great.
Okay.
So I get be on the microphone, still hyping the fans up.
There you go.
Hopefully it'll be an exciting victory like this past Sunday.
Is it the watch party that you're doing, Alan? Are you guys
mine is my watch party is Piaget. It's Tug Heuer. It's okay. Hey, I have $1,000 here to give to you. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
No, the Cox Out on Sunday is going to be at the Parma Tavern. So we are not in cahoots on this. But, listen, welcome to come out. And everybody will scream and be happy. Hey, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Hey, thanks.
Hey, Bill from Lakewood also.
Hey, Bill from Lakewood.
I love saying it. So I went to the show yesterday, and I got to tell you, the older crowd that follows the Eagles.
Good for you.
Well, I'm just going to say I don't think they can handle their beers because there was a guy that he puked on a row in front of him. So, yeah, these people were paying $200.
Were we just talking about this? Are there multiple pukers? Is that what JC said? Were they in the same row?
There was, I probably saw one, which is gross, and then it must have been 4 or 5 people later in the show. So
yeah, I mean, listen, that crowd, they're boomers and they're weekend warriors. So they're going out on a friggin' Tuesday and going 4 beers deep before they even get to Hotel California. That's a big night for them.
And they're probably pre-gaming too, so they're showing up downtown, getting some drinks beforehand, and then you get some of those big $30 beers, and before you know it, it's going the wrong way.
These are parrot heads that don't have. They're like a man without a country anymore, right?
Right, but if you're sitting in front of them, it's not like you're paying $10 anymore for a concert ticket, like $200.
Right.
Some dudes. Oh my God.
Yes. Did it devolve into fisticuffs?
Yes, it did.
Wow.
When you're 60, it's more pushing.
Pushing, yeah. You don't want to crack a hip.
No, or fall off the second deck there, But it was, I couldn't believe it.
But was it a good show, Bill, in Lakewood?
I knew you were going to ask that. I'm not the biggest Eagles fans, but yes. Then again, you got to remember they were 70. Steve Miller Band was surprisingly good, but you could tell they could tell they were asking like 2 seconds to join the tour. So
yeah, I mean, Steve Miller Band's 80 years old. He's like, if I can do it, these guys can do it too.
Right. I mean, he sounded pretty good, but I'm looking forward to the Kiss show on Sunday because I saw them in 1977.
Yeah.
It's funny how I'm only 40 now.
I was going to say, you were taken as a toddler. That's very exciting for you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you there, Bill.
Yeah. I'll say hi, Al, or what am I supposed to do? Fist. I think it's a fist.
Please
bump,
don't fist
right?
me at the Kiss show. All right. Whatever you do, fist bump is fine.
Yeah, fist bump. That's what I was referring to.
There we go.
So, all right, guys. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you. There's Bill from Lakewood, who was at the Eagles Steve Miller show last night. Well, that's very exciting for him.
I mean, talk about a flex. Went to that concert. He's going to the Kiss concert. He really wanted us to let us know.
But both in Loudville.
Yeah, spending a lot of money, though. But that's the thing, to his point. It's not $10 anymore for a ticket. And so people are spending good money on this stuff. Poundcake, though, he needs to be in the suite. He needs a whole thing. He's a schnorrer. You're what the Yiddish word for that is. You're a schnorrer.
Well, whatever. It takes so much for me to get out of the house. I want to make sure it's worth it. Like
But it doesn't.
But it does.
It
though.
doesn't. You sound like it's like not Black Snake Moan. You're not shackled to the radiator.
I'm just saying.
Go out and live your life.
Put on my outfit. Spend $18 for a drink.
What outfit? You put on a T-shirt.
For an outing. I mean, this is work, but. For a special occasion, I will dress up. I look the part. I look like I'm going to be at a concert. And then I'm going to spend money there. I want it to be worth it. For me. I might get a cute little T-shirt. You don't know.
I'm with Poundcake on this.
Make it worth it.
Okay,
yes.
but the way you dress and the way Poundcake dress are vastly different. Like, you dress up and you have a fashion sense. His dressing up is, like, if he goes to see Kiss, he's just going to wear a WMMS shirt.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
What'd you wear to Buzzard Fest?
WMMS shirt.
Yeah, shut up.
That was also work.
Yes, I wore one. No, I didn't wear one.
Everyone, the whole crowd had a WMMS shirt.
Well, what would you wear to the Kiss concert?
Probably a WMMS shirt with with like a cool jacket or something,
okay.
and guy liner and whatever.
Guy liner.
You're not gonna do guy liner.
What is it? 2001 already?
With Kiss earlier than that. What are you talking about? People paint their entire face and walk in heels.
Yeah, that's different than guy liner. It's not a Fall Out Boy show.
Regardless, I would look the part if I was going to get the works. If they needed me there to promote their concert, I would,
Well, we're having a tough time selling tickets for Kiss.
Influencer.
How can we get people into
Put my
the
black
concert?
ass in a box. That's
we'll
what you
have
do.
Poundcake use his influence to sell Kiss tickets.
You'll get videos of me eating the free chicken fingers and the pizza and the large chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, that's him. He's a schnorrer. He's filling his bag with crap.
I don't bring a bag.
Puts it in his pockets.
Yeah, you say you put cookies in your back pocket.
I have like a little plastic, a little sandwich bag in my pocket, and then I slide it in there. I don't want to get my pockets all messy. But whatever.
See, Bridget doesn't have to do that stuff. They go, hey, over here we've got something for you, right? You don't have to dress in case you want to put food in your pocket.
Even if Bridget didn't work in media, she would still get the VIP treatment.
You guys, I really appreciate you thinking and saying this, but I have to say, you have to kind of work for it. Like, you have to meet the right people, networking.
Yes, it's all connections.
Yes, it's all about connections. And then you just have to use your connections to your advantage.
Right.
So, like, if I say, okay, I want to go to the Kiss concert, I'm thinking, okay, who do I know that works for the Cavs in ticketing that probably is also doing ticketing for the Kiss concert?
Right.
Maybe I should contact them and ask what's available, create the conversation, and then maybe they'll offer. Maybe they won't. But you got to.
But fortunately, but also when you tell them, they might know who you are. they most likely will know who you are, and that smooths the combo. They go, oh, hey, great. Can we put you in Loudville since you're 6 feet tall? Is that cool?
We heard you've never been there.
We've heard you've never been. We want to give you the first experience ever.
Yes. We want to give you the first ever VIP treatment in the 200s. We'll have a whole row blocked off for just you.
When we get complimentary tickets as a partner of the Cavs for iHeartRadio, they put us in Loudville.
Oh, yeah. I'm smacking my head on the wall. Like, honestly.
I think you guys need to start schmoozing a little bit more.
I don't know. That's what we call backhanded complimentary tickets. Yeah. They put us way up there. Yeah. Poundcake, you could paint your face for the Kiss show.
I could.
Yeah.
Are you artistic like that, Poundcake? Could you do that?
I painted my face one time, and it was I was judging a Halloween costume contest, so I had to look the part. So I was a cool little vampire, and it just took a little dab, and, rub it all around.
Yeah, all today.
Yep.
Yeah.
He gets like random Friday nights, he'll get his face painted sometimes.
But that's for pleasure. I'm not at work.
Yeah, that's true. And he's not wearing an MMS shirt.
Yeah,
so.
Give me a suite. Start there, and then see what I can provide. So let's see what I can do.
Oh, that has to be their opener is the suite. And then you go from there.
My suite. I could sit in there with, like, 5 other people.
Understood.
I almost said 12, but no, 5 other people. I don't want to be too crowded, but yeah, just give me the suite.
You just need
first.
a velvet rope between your chair and everyone else's chair.
Not even that.
Oh, boy.
Cute little bench.
Broadening his horizons.
So what you're saying is you will not go to the concert unless you're in a suite.
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
That he doesn't have to pay for.
He wants to leave with his pockets full of cookies.
Got it. All right.
He wants to be leaving a Hansel and Gretel trail of chocolate chips as he walks
I'm
out.
doing my part to prevent waste.
Good for you. All right, listen, I got a break here. Bridget Linton is in for Mary today. You know her from the sidelines there at the Browns. She's Bridget_Linton8 on Instagram. Yep. Right? Rolls right off the tongue. Lucky number 8. I'll have those 5 nights at Freddy's passes for you. We're doing an advanced screening of that next Wednesday out at Valley View. If you want to see that, have a couple of passes for you. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
the Cavs take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday, October 27th at 7:30 p.m.
Levert, front of the circle, into the lane, hands off to Allen. Oh, with the right hand.
All fans attending will receive an opening night T-shirt presented by Cleveland Clinic. Great seats are available now at Cavs.com/tickets.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, they made a film adaptation of the wildly popular horror game called Five Nights at Freddy's. Remember that? Been a minute. But the movie is finally coming out. And we're going to do a sneak preview of it next Wednesday, the 25th, out at Cinemark Valley View. It's going to be in theaters everywhere a couple of days later, the 27th. It's also going to stream on Peacock. But if you want to see the big screen version, Five Nights at Freddy's next Wednesday out Valley View. A couple of passes here if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense.
I don't understand any of this.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Telephone.
35192 if you want to send a text. Bridget Linton from the Browns is sitting in for Mary today. So far, we've covered a lot of ground. Getting vomited on at shows. And the feedback has been great from people. They're happy to hear somebody other than us dummies.
You know, I don't know if
here,
you're
so
lying
that's
to me
good.
or not, but I'll take your word for it. I'm having a lot of fun with you guys.
I don't have a reason to lie to you.
Oh, great.
But anywho, that's that whole thing. This thing that you sent me, Bill, is this a piece of video, the dating, or you just need the audio for this?
You can just do the audio for it. I mean, the video, if you want to
This
play
kind of
it.
came off, this is kind of related to a couple of days ago. We were talking about this woman who had been asked out by a guy for drinks in Atlanta, and she proceeded to order 48 oysters and had a bunch of
It
drinks.
was on the night that they were on special, so
Yes.
you got to give her that credit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it went viral because the guy split and left her with the bill.
Yeah.
And so here's another couple. You think this is real?
I mean, it's still an interesting topic whether or not it's real. Also, the steak that he's eating looks
Jesus.
dastardly.
It's nuked, this
Yeah.
guy. So it looks
He's
like
eating it with like a plastic fork.
Yeah, it's in like a styrofoam clamshell,
Yeah.
and he's eating it with plasticware. But the thing is that he is not going to pay for her food, and she's understandably upset.
In this situation. And don't pay for my food.
Really?
By the way, this is why I'm not afraid of AI. They can't improve the goddamn the closed caption voice on Instagram. That voice. What would you do?
Right.
That's that stand right.
But people like that.
They do.
Yeah,
That's
unfortunately,
standard voice.
The Gen Zers love that.
They do. Yeah, but just because it's terrible, right? It's like
I guess.
Whatever. All right.
Pay for my food.
Really? You put the phone out?
Yeah, I put my phone out.
What steak is so good? That's cool.
If you invite somebody, don't y'all expect them to pay for your food? You invited me here.
Don't you expect it? Like, I don't pay for women if I can't touch them. Y'all look like y'all think because you pretty, I'm supposed to be just cashing my money.
I don't pay for a woman's food unless I can touch her. All right.
The point of the date is to get to know each other.
Well, you didn't know each other. I'm going to eat, pay for your food, pay for my own food, right?
That wasn't part of the when you invited me on a date, I expected you to pay. I don't have any money, and I told you that. You still going to sit here and eat in front of me?
Why would you come to a date with no money?
I thought you was going to pay. You invited me. I didn't make plans. You made the plans. You made the plans. You should have the money.
No, you said we should go out to eat. I said, okay, cool.
No.
We're going out to eat.
No. But who slid in who DMs?
That's fine.
You wanted me. Am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong?
I'm just tired of these bro trying to use.
Nah, I'm a
understand you. I'm saying these broke are trying to use their money.
He's tired of broke hoes.
Yeah.
Trying to use them for his money.
Me too.
But what money? The guy's eating a, super well-done steak off of a styrofoam plate.
Hey.
I think it's like the top of a takeout. Like, it's like the plastic top.
Yeah, he tore a clamshell in half.
Ugh.
Listen, okay, just very quickly so we can kind of bring this all the way back around here. Bridget, you have a boyfriend, husband, anything like that?
No.
Right? You're a single girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think this is also in your Instagram bio, that you also live by the mantra, hey, I don't pay for a guy's food unless I can touch him. Right?
I'm like, listen, where are you getting all this information about me?
Knees under the table.
Listen, okay, so hearing this story, which this is the first I've heard of it, just listening to you guys right now, whoever does the asking out, I feel like should pay.
I feel that too.
So if he slid into her DMs and said, I would love to take you out, then yes, he should be paying for her meal. He can't be coming out here and saying, I'm tired of broke. What do you call her? Broke?
He called her broke ass hoe.
Yeah. I mean, he can't be saying that when he's the one that asked her out. It'd be one thing if she was the one shooting her shot.
That's why I was looking at this with kind of a cocked eyebrow, because it feels like they're just pushing it out there for content. But which is not to say there aren't dudes exactly like that.
Right.
That are like, I got to at least be able to touch your ankle or something.
I will say, even the straight guy I went on a date with that turned out to be a pyramid scheme. He still paid for the date.
Wait, the guy was a whole pyramid scheme. Very quickly, tell Bridget the story.
Okay,
because we've heard it, but it's a good story.
This guy went to the University of Akron. I think he transferred though. I think he ended up transferring to OSU. But at the time, I was in college, and he was selling Herbalife or something like that.
Herbalife, yeah.
And he hit me up on Instagram, was like, hey, I would love to, sit down and have dinner with you. Now, again, I should have known better because he was really hot, really straight, looking. He had a little bit of a tan, but I was like, okay, sure. So we go to Spaghetti Warehouse. You know where that is?
Oh, yeah, of course.
right off campus. And they take zip cards. So I was like, ooh, I get my meal plan.
Money was no object on this date.
So I'm sitting there talking to him, and he's like, so what do you do for work, man? And I'm like, oh, I know he's not about to pull out like a pamphlet. He did.
No, nothing worse.
And then I was like, oh, wow, I got duped. So I have to listen to his whole spiel. And I'm like, oh, well, at least they
like a Jehovah's Witness taking you to dinner.
I was like, at least I got some off-campus dollars. And he still paid for the day. I was like, okay, so he wasted my time. But what a gentleman, you know?
I don't think that was time wasted. You got to have a nice dinner with a nice-looking man.
Don't they have didn't they have like a $5 Tuesday or something like that?
Wednesday was the day.
$5 Wednesday at Spaghetti Warehouse.
And they hate it. Not to shame them or anything like that, but I could tell that the waiters were stretched to the end of when all the college students would come in because the food was just so cheap, and it would be flooded with all the college students. But hey,
and you got bread and a salad and soup. I mean, they gave you a lot of food.
Unlimited.
They still have that in Akron, don't
yes,
they?
It's a staple.
There's not one here, but wow.
Downtown Akron, a.k.a. Rowdy, Northside Summit County.
Spaghetti Warehouse ain't going nowhere.
So it's all college kids who are looking for cheap spaghetti night.
I mean, I don't know if it was all college kids.
There's plenty of people
when
that
he was around, he loved it too. My whole family would go.
Yeah, when you have kids and you can feed everybody for $5, why not?
The Spaghetti Warehouse. I've never been to one. When I lived in Pittsburgh, there was one, but it closed a year after I got there.
They used to do comedy contests there, this is when I first started, in the first couple of years that I started, and lost both times I was in it. But it was fun. It was it would get packed out it was like a Tuesday night, and people would show up for this comedy contest, and it started in the side room, and then the finals were in the whole place.
What an interesting place to do.
It was a weird place to do comedy. It was because we were standing by the train.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of everyone from the 330, I'm very sorry that you lost.
That's all right. I've lost a lot of things. That's perennially what I do is lose.
Oh, see, so I read your bios before I came on the show, and it seems like you guys are
instructive.
very successful and award-winning.
You don't put the losing stuff in there.
Yeah.
Bill, that is so true.
Alan had no choice but to come to WMMS. And
I remember talking to someone, and they were like, I mean, has anything bad happened to you? I'm like, what you're saying on social media is my highlight reel. You think I'm going to post when I'm losing or
tripping over something?
Yeah, or tripping over my words, or
it's a sizzle reel, baby.
Yeah.
There are literally 6 spaghetti warehouses left, and 4 of them are in Ohio.
That makes sense.
Where are the other ones?
Dayton, Akron, Toledo, Houston, Texas, Syracuse, and coming soon to Columbus.
Oh,
interesting. They're like putting one up, which
All right,
just sounds
they
like
had their down years, but now they're going to get that one in Columbus. Before you know it, there's going to be one in Cincinnati because people in Cincinnati are probably sick of spaghetti
Skyline
with
chili.
Skyline chili on it. They're like, oh, what about a nice red sauce rather than this cinnamon chili crap?
They still had Skyline chili when we were in Louisville, Kentucky. They had like
they're
brick and mortar. Because I guess it's close enough to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Even though it's 90 minutes south.
No, I mean,
still a big deal.
I mean, until a couple of years, I think there's that one in Stowe still, but there was that one in Brooklyn for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Update, people are telling me the spaghetti warehouse in Houston was destroyed in Hurricane Harvey.
Oh.
But they are rebuilding it because the H-Town's love for cheap spaghetti cannot be destroyed.
Dude,
Hurricane Harvey might have destroyed the building. It did not destroy their love.
I wonder what made them land on warehouse. Like,
It's not a word that evokes like hunger,
You got
right?
the, you got the Cheesecake Factory and then the spaghetti warehouse. Like, where do you want to go eat? I don't know. You know any good warehouses? Yeah, there's a bread warehouse and then like well, no, I'm an Italian warehouse.
Hey, you want to go to the sushi storage unit tonight? That sounds delicious. Oh, yeah, the Cheesecake Factory. Because that menu is like the size of a Bible. So they're they're creating and manufacturing so many dishes there.
That is never, I think, a good sign for a restaurant is
a huge menu.
A huge menu. I was just watching the season premiere of Kitchen Nightmares, and it was a diner that used to be right by my apartment when I lived in New York City. And it's called the Bel Air Diner, and I've been there a handful of times, 15, 16 years ago when I lived there. And what a disgusting place.
Oh.
Yeah, like that.
Not great.
Yeah, luckily I just got like the breakfast stuff, which seemed like the freshest stuff there. But when they went through their prep area and stuff like that, so gross. And Gordon Ramsay went in there and whipped them into shape. I just want the episode where he can't fix it, where he goes, there's nothing I can do.
I give up.
They won't air that one. Again, it's a highlight reel.
Yeah, I know, but give me it. I want it. I want it, Gordon.
Yeah, but they save those for a whole other like special, like a 2-hour. These are the restaurants that broke Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
Right. Because now they're trying to rebrand him as like a nice dude. I think he's got some new show. They're like the softer side of Gordon Ramsay or whatever. And I don't know enough about the guy. My sister worked for him when she lived in L.A. for a very brief period of time. And she said he couldn't have been sweeter. But the Taco Warehouse in El Paso is delicious.
Oh, I would be into that. I love tacos.
I'll take tacos in any structure.
Me
any
too.
building. I don't care if it's a warehouse, a factory. I don't care. Taco
bell,
factory.
Anything.
A bell. Yeah. Put a bunch of fill a bell with tacos. And I will eat that.
I wish Taco Bell would go back to the old building style, though.
I know.
The hacienda looking thing.
Yeah, that was. You felt like you were actually getting Mexican food when you went there. Now they're just all blocky and this is not the same. I want that old color scheme and everything.
Yeah.
People are telling me that the spaghetti warehouse in Columbus, the reason it's opening soon is because it had been destroyed by fire. Could there be someone going around and destroying spaghetti warehouses, right?
Probably someone from the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
They're like, they're cutting into our business.
This is corporate espionage. That rises to a whole new level.
Cutting it into the pasta page of the Cheesecake Factory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or Olive Garden, maybe. They're like, we got endless pasta.
Listen, you'll
come through
recall
here.
not long ago I pitched the Alan Cox Beefsteak Dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
And, I didn't get a lot of investors. The ones I had pulled out.
Now, does Spaghetti Factory or Spaghetti Warehouse have a similar slogan to, like, Olive Garden? It's when you're here, your family. At the Spaghetti Warehouse is when you're here, you're on the clock. Like, you're part of the Spaghetti Union.
That's a great. They should have a slogan if they don't have one.
Right.
It's when you're here, you're part of the problem. Is their slogan. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
So I'm in Akron, and we used to frequent the Spaghetti Warehouse in Akron. good
for you.
Couple months. But the last time we all went, we hadn't been there for a while, and there was a big group of us, eight or so, and we go in there, and it took forever to get get seated. We finally get seated, we order, dinner comes out, and then as soon as we all leave, everybody starts to get the bubble guts. We get home, and everybody was just on the toilet, like every single person that ate anything. It was just like, oh. Yeah, it was rough, and we're all like, yeah, we're not going back.
Yeah, dude, you ate spaghetti in a warehouse. What'd you expect?
Yeah. They scooped it off the floor and they put it on a plate. That's no good. Oh, I thought you were going to get it out of a pot. He goes, no, just whatever we spill, we get a squeegee and we put it on your,
I'll tell you marble room. You're going there. It's warehouse-style food.
Yeah. I'm fascinated. And so it's probably safe to say, Brian, you never went back.
Yeah, no, that was just before summer, and yeah, we haven't gone back.
I notice food is the one area where people don't apply the 3 strikes and you're out rule, right? For everything else, if you get food poisoning, you never go back there. I'm always fascinated by people who go, well, maybe they had an off night. Maybe it was something else I ate, and they go, I'll give them another chance. If I go to a place that makes me sick, I'm never going there again.
There's a reason why.
I will take the long way home to not even look at the building. I'll go around it.
I'm a little bit different there.
Yeah.
Like, if I go someplace that I know is going to make me sick, but the food's so good, it's just part of the problem.
Diarrhea.
Sometimes it's worth the diarrhea.
I'm sure that's probably why a lot of their spaghetti warehouses are like by colleges, because our stomachs are so resilient. The stuff that we were cramming into our stomachs at that time in our life, I mean, alcohol and then whatever, our mess hall or dining hall was serving, like all the stuff was probably diarrhea inducing. But
do you guys talk about throw up and diarrhea this much all the time?
Yeah.
Or is this just like a
when
rare...
we have a special guest.
Oh, great. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that.
Do you not?
Usually I haven't talked about it this much.
Just when we have a media peer that we want to impress.
Yeah. You're like, throw up, diarrhea, all of it. We're just going to make the whole show about
That
it.
doesn't come up at Browns games?
Hasn't yet.
I mean, people are throwing up there.
I hope it's not lost on you, though, that these topics were brought up by callers, not by us, right?
So we just roll with the punches.
That's
we're
right.
blaming the listeners, the viewers,
That's
the
right.
fans.
Roll with the punches.
Yeah.
You know how you'll get punched sometimes? You'll vomit? Just roll with those punches.
That's what boxing coaches, like in Rockies, like, roll, Rock, roll.
Yeah. No, listen, do we, that's why I kind of, we had a little conversation off air before the top of the show. I was like, hey, there's some things that we might get into that you might not want to participate in, right? And so sometimes the audience knows who we are.
Right.
And they know what itches they can scratch with us. And am I to blame for a guy getting sick at the spaghetti warehouse? No, I am not. I'll tell you where people never got sick, and it's really a badge of honor, was the Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium. Do you remember that, Bill?
Yeah.
Bill and I, many, many years ago, were business partners in a chain of local restaurants, and it was Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium. And what really killed our business is we made the fatal mistake of opening 2 locations right next door to each other.
I thought it was 3.
And it was 3. It was supposed to be 3. That's why we had that opening soon right next door thing for so long. And people complained about the advertising, but I thought it was great.
You keep popping off wires. I'm fitting to go upside your head with a baseball bat. Hey, it's Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
So, again, we figured that opening 2 locations next door, because if the line was too long at one, they go to the other one.
I can't tell if you guys are messing with me or this was a real thing that happened in a true business plan.
Hey, don't forget the balls, meatballs. Hey, it's Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium. Shut up.
Yeah, so the marketing was kind of, but we were carving out a niche for ourselves.
Right.
And
I liked that.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
catchy,
in your face.
It's very memorable.
Yeah.
But the whole, let's put 2 locations right next to each other, that's where I feel like this story's not seeming real
it
anymore.
really proved to be, it was a real stake in the heart.
We thought we had an out-of-the-box idea, and it just didn't work.
What's the secret to our delicious pizza? Simple. It's just microwaved Lunchables. Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
I mean, we worked for a year and a half on the name alone. I don't know what went wrong.
Papa Giuseppe's Second Tablecloth Pizzatorium. You're gonna get stuffed. I guarantee.
Right. So listen, it's.
And who's the voice of that? Very impressive.
Papa Giuseppe. We got we got
the
Papa Giuseppe.
Papa Giuseppe.
That's right.
Not Junior.
Mm-hmm.
We got the OG.
So people are texting me, oh, Alan, Bridget's too good now for throw up and diarrhea.
Listen, I've actually participated in these conversations about throw up and diarrhea. I was just curious if this was a regular bit on the show.
It is not.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm the special guest.
It just happened to come up.
Great.
But since Kiss is Sunday, maybe it is worth bringing up that Paul Stanley has some roots in Cleveland. Do we still have those?
Oh, yeah. Paul Stanley from Kiss. He's worked a bunch of things before. He was did you ever see him on the local news? He was a weatherman, I think, for a while.
From the Weather Center, meteorologist Paul Stanley.
I mean, he did work as a waiter, didn't he?
He worked as a waiter.
Was it at the Spaghetti Warehouse?
No, I believe it was Applebee's, and I think he also drove an RTA bus.
Stanley as an Applebee's waiter.
Right.
Hello, my name is Paul Stanley. I'll be taking care of y'all tonight.
Now, this is only funny if you know who Paul Stanley and Kiss are, and you might not, in which case it'll be completely lost. Nevertheless, trust me, I got to go to break here. It's friggin' hilarious. I've got another $1,000 for you. If you want to follow Bridget, by the way, on Instagram, it's Bridget_Linton. 8.
8.
The
Can't
number
forget
8.
the number.
Lucky number 8. Another $1,000 for you, 3:30. Listen for that keyword to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie. I'll have Nate Bargatze tickets for you. He's going to be hosting SNL in about a week. He's coming back to Playhouse Square, so if you dig him, I'll get those set up for you. Coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
usually reserved for top executives.
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see comedian Nate Bargatze. He's on the Be Funny tour. Brings him back to Cleveland on Saturday night, November the 18th, to Playhouse Square. He's going to do the KeyBank State Theater. PlayhouseSquare.org. He's got the details, tickets info, everything else. If you strike out with me, you can buy them there. Caller 10. I'll give you this pair here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got about 7-8 minutes until another keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzer Bookie. So listen for that. Talk to Chelsea Handler in about an hour. I talked to her this morning. I'll play that back for you. Bridget Linton from the Cleveland Browns is sitting in today for Mary, who is out. And she's Bridget_Linton number 8.
Get that AC
on
bump.
Instagram.
I know. Instagram is the only one that I had to throw the number in, too. Like on Twitter, Bridget_Linton, that was open.
Okay.
But Instagram, I don't know. I guess there's more Bridget Lintons out there than I thought.
I'm really on the fence about just bailing from Twitter.
I know. What is even, is it even still called Twitter now?
Well, I'll tell you what they should call it. Now, follow me here. Okay. You know how the X, the letter X is pronounced like SH in Chinese? It's a sh, right?
Okay.
Sh. And Twitter is now called X. It should be X and then iter.
I get it.
Oh,
are you picking up what I'm laying down?
You
right?
This time we're bringing up the poop. I know.
I'm just saying. I mean, I can't say that, obviously.
He's taking this theme and running with it.
I'm just, that's what I didn't rename it X. I'm not doubling down on it. But I'm just not, I still use it as like an aggregator. And I think that's what stops everybody from bailing on any social media platform is you look and you go, I have a lot of followers on here.
Yeah.
But if nobody's doing anything anymore on it, who cares?
Are you still active?
I mean, a couple times a week. Right. I'm on it because you just use it to see
stuff.
Yeah, like as a news aggregator or whatever. But man, I almost never post on it anymore. And I'm like, who cares now?
That's what I use it for a lot because any breaking news, especially with sports, it typically goes on Twitter first.
Yeah.
Like I guess
there's no downside to being on it.
Yeah.
I just don't. I used to have fun with it, like dick around and post funny crap or whatever. And I just never do that anymore because I feel like it feels like tumbleweeds. I don't know. It's just weird. And now they want to charge I was reading a thing. They're like, Elon Musk wants to charge new Twitter users $1 a year. And he says, well, it's to get rid of the bots. So I know it's not a bot. Okay, if you take him at his word, fine. $1 a year. No one's going to miss that. My thought is, who's just now joining Twitter? Like everybody who wanted to be on is on. Who are the new Twitter? Hey, this looks like a great time to get on Twitter.
Anymore.
No.
Whoever they are, they're going to have to add a lot of numbers to their name because I'm sure their username they want is taken.
Right. Yes. 5 o'clock, by the way, I have in the midst of all of the keywords to get you the money, I have a trip to LA for the Alter Ego Festival. We announced that a couple of days ago. And so 5 o'clock all week here, I'll have that keyword for you. January 13th out at the Honda Center in Anaheim is when the Alter Ego Festival is. So it's Paramore. Now you tell me, what do you listen to? Like, what kind of stuff do you like?
You know what? I call it old school, but really, I guess I'm showing my age. I like 90s, 2000s, R&B, rap, hip-hop.
So white girl music.
Is that white girl music?
I mean, aren't you early 30s? So what are you, 31? 31 years old.
I'm forever 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in that age group, absolutely, because that's the stuff that you liked when like you were in junior high or high school. It's like, that's your bullseye.
Yeah, but I wouldn't consider like Lil Wayne white girl music.
I would.
Oh, you would?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about Eminem?
Well, he's a white guy. Yeah. I mean, he's 51 as of yesterday.
I mean, Lil Wayne's definitely got a, it's not the Taylor Swift crowd, but I have a friend, she just had a birthday, and that's what she wanted for her birthday was one of his albums on vinyl. Bought tickets for a girl that I was dating one time, and she wanted to see Lil Wayne. So, like, I associate Lil Wayne with white women around your age.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yes, I guess I fit the stigma.
And that's not even a stigma. I mean, it's just, I think whatever you were into at a certain point in your life, that's what you carry, that's what you like. So, Paramore, yes or no?
Yeah. I
Okay,
like them.
Poundcake loves Paramore.
Love her. Yeah.
Love her. Yeah. Well, it is her band. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say Haley is Paramore.
Yes.
Just like Brendan Urie's Panic at the Disco.
1975, Black Keys, who I understand from Akron, Ohio.
Uh-huh.
They should really let people know that. 30 Seconds to Mars, Bush, the superstars of Buzzard Fest, Sum 41, Yellow Card, and some other bands too. So that's what's going to be going on in January, 5 o'clock. Just giving you the heads up. We'll have another one of those trips to give away. Boy, we're hitting that iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's on Hulu.
Uh-huh.
We are hitting that hard. You hearing all these promos we're running?
Yeah.
We're running all these promos when it was going to happen. And then they're like, running all, hey, if you weren't able to make it,
watch this. Yeah.
Watch this. So much stuff. They're leaving some out, though.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
This place has everything. Stick balls, pickpockets, Cookie Crisp. And look who's at the bar. Is that Kate Moss? No. It's a Pakistani family that cuts in line at Universal Studios.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
Well, now I want to watch. See, that sounds like fun.
You're intrigued by the Pakistani family that cuts in Orlando Studios.
Well, they are nuclear power. Don't leave any of that out. That's the stuff that I want to see. So, did you go to Lil Wayne? Last time he was in town, he was at the House of Blues, which I was surprised he was at just a small venue.
I am still very disappointed. That was the day before my birthday, and I put feelers out there
Your
for
21st birthday?
Yep, my 21st. Put feelers out there to friends. I'm like, yeah, Lil Wayne coming to Cleveland. The day before my birthday, I was...
Hint, hint.
I thought for sure that's what I was getting for my birthday, and no one picked up on what I was putting down.
Nobody.
Didn't go.
Do you have, the business that we are collectively in can be very, very time consuming, and it can separate you from friends and things like that because unless they're kind of in the same business, they don't know what it entails, right? Do you have like a pretty good friend group?
I have, so yes, I do.
Are they people in the business?
Yes, so I have some
I have
of
a good
that.
friend group. It's 200 guys. The problem with my friend group is you have to pay to be in it.
Uh-huh.
So I have like my hometown friend group, then I have like my college friends, then I have my Cleveland friends, I have my work friends. I have a lot of friends, I will say, just different
Good
groups.
for you.
I'm well on my way to becoming the real life version of 27 Dresses.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Been in a lot of weddings.
I was going to say, for the people who don't recall, that was a Katie Heigl movie, right? Where she had to go to a bunch of friends' weddings.
I've never heard anyone call her Katie.
Well, we go way back.
Oh.
And, but then spoiler alert, she falls in love, right? I've never seen it. I'm just assuming. Yeah, of course. I could have written it myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fell in love with the wedding writer.
All right. The wedding what?
Writer.
The writer?
Like writer.
Oh, writer. Oh, the wedding. I'm like, what is a wedding rider? Wow, like when Van Halen comes to town?
That was wedding night.
Yeah.
Do you have a writer? Like when you host shows or people ask for an appearance, do you come with like all right, I would like only green M&Ms?
No, I have been in situations where there is a rider, but I'm so nonchalant about it that I'm like, no.
I had one
couple bottles of water and I'm good.
I had one for a show last year, and I requested one of those pens that when you turn it upside down, the lady's clothes fall off, and I forgot about it. And then I got to the gig, and they had that pen for me, and I was so happy about it.
Oh my gosh. Poundcake, do you have a writer?
I do not.
I know.
He would love a rider.
I know, neither do I. I got to think about what I would want.
He wants a ride or die.
Don't do the pen thing. That's mine.
Yeah, I won't copy you.
Don't do the pen thing.
Nothing worse than a copycat. I won't do that to you.
Bridget's next gig, she goes, guys, I'm going to need a pen where you turn it upside down and the ladies' clothes come off.
She'd probably want the one where the dude's clothes fall
Like,
off.
what the hell is she talking about?
Who did we
That's the
hire
tip
to
of the
host this? Who is this girl?
Green M&M's and a nudie pen. What the hell's going on?
What is happening?
I need 4 back issues of Jugs magazine, please, and they better be in mint condition. I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Every hour you get a keyword that could put a grand gauche in your pocket. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I mentioned Nate Bargatze. I had those tickets remainder of the week. He is very, very excited because they have tapped him to host Saturday Night Live next weekend. Foo Fighters are going to be the musical guest. It's their first time back to SNL since Taylor Hawkins died. So Nate Bargatze will be making his inaugural trip to SNL for the Halloween edition. Do you watch Saturday Night Live? I felt like the very last person who was really hanging out with SNL, but I couldn't. I just finally gave up. I don't know why. I just don't watch it anymore.
I don't either.
Right?
I never was a huge SNL person.
Probably not in your wheelhouse, but.
But they would get big names on there, and when they have great musical guests, you tune in, but I haven't watched in a very long time.
Yeah, I had like a streak where I watched every episode for a few seasons, and then after the pandemic, I just kind of fell off.
Yeah.
And like,
Is that what it was?
I didn't even watch the premiere. Like, I haven't seen anything. Usually you'll see it, like, Pete Davidson going and hosting. You would catch at least one sketch going viral or something like that, and it seemed like nothing really hit this week, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Well, plus his monologue was like about the Israeli-Gaza war. So, because he was tying it to, he's like, I'm probably the only person here who can talk about this because, like, his dad was killed in 9/11. That's like part of his backstory. His dad was a firefighter or something, I think. One of the first responders. And so he was kind of talking about that, but it was like, that's a wild way to start a show.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these programs figure, like, we have to say something, so why not? There's no downside to it. That's fine. But for a comedy show,
that's a little risky.
That's a wild move.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the premiere was last week. It was Pete Davidson and Ice Spice, who we all know. But again, I think that part of SNL is like when they try to, like, take artists that not everybody knows and put them on a pretty mainstream platform. But a lot of times people are like, I don't know who that is.
I don't know who
Ice Spice.
I only know of her because she has a Dunkin' Donuts endorsement
with Ben Affleck.
Yeah, like I just saw that she put
like, what's
Munchkins.
the song she sings?
Oh, I don't know. I just know
Munch.
her. She's got a.
Oh, right. She does Munch.
You thought I was feeling you? Nah, you munch.
Munch.
I can't
And
even see the
Gangsta
rest of
Boo
it.
is her other one, too, I think.
And Princess Diana, she has a couple of them.
I'd probably know if I heard them then.
You thought I was feeling you? I sing it to myself sometimes. People think I'm crazy.
If you're actually 21, you'd know him.
You just gave yourself away.
Dang it.
Just gave it away.
Aging myself. Listen, I probably have heard her songs. Is it a girl?
I think
Yeah,
so.
Ice Spice.
Yeah.
Also a drink at Dunkin' Donuts.
She wears an orange wig.
Okay, I think I've seen her.
I mean, she's real young. She probably blew up on YouTube or something. I don't know what,
Star hip hop.
Oh, World Star.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What, she gonna fight or something?
No, that music video is like what broke her, and it was on.
But a lot of people, like Munch blew up, though, on TikTok, because that's where a lot of people now blow up. It's just TikTok. And so you figure SNL, they go, hey, this person's massive on TikTok. Let's just put them on here.
Try and get some of those viewers over here.
Yeah.
Well, there's no difference between TikTokers and pop stars now. That's how.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sean-
So many people blow up on TikTok that you can't sleep on what an influential platform that is.
Back when Vine was a thing, that's how Shawn Mendes blew up. He was singing like 5-second clips on Vine, and then he became an actual like pop star.
Well, I think that's how Taylor Swift was discovered too. YouTube. She just kept uploading videos to YouTube.
When she was like 12 years old or something.
Yeah, I think so.
She's real young.
Yeah.
Like, did you go to the latest concert? I feel like you would have clout to go to that, Bridget.
Taylor Swift. This is. I might get a lot of hate for this. Very unpopular
Not on this
opinion.
station.
Very unpopular opinion. I am not a fan of Taylor Swift.
I like you even more.
Why is
I already
that?
liked you.
I've never liked her music.
I'm agnostic about her. I appreciate what she's doing, but
Right.
yeah.
I'm sure she's a lovely person. Obviously, I've never met her. But she started off in the country space. I'm not a huge fan of country music.
Okay.
And then she started to come into the world of pop. But still, it wasn't like the Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera type of pop that I like. See, I'm aging myself again. Yeah, her music is just not for me.
Right.
And I actually did go to a concert. It was years ago. This like doesn't get me going, you know? Like, I want a song I can dance to, and like I'm just like weirdly bobbing my head right now because I don't know what else to do.
It's all breakup pop.
Yeah.
And that's not for everybody, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I forget what like tour it was, but she came to Cleveland and played at Cleveland Brown Stadium. And again, I guess, you know, the perks, I had tickets through work.
Oh, see, yes, yeah.
No, and I was like trying to
Hey guys, could I get really good tickets for this artist I don't like?
No, I didn't.
Yes, of course.
No, this is what I'm saying. I didn't ask.
Yeah.
And it was to the point where no one could go. And so one of my good friends I worked with is a huge fan. She's like, I guarantee if you come to this concert, you are going to become a Swiftie. I'm like, great, make a Swiftie out of me. Yeah. I went, and I'm just like, all right, well, I don't don't understand what the hype is all about. And I appreciate people that can perform and can dance. I don't think she's a great dancer. I mean, she has all the effects that are crazy. I have seen videos of the Eras tour, and it does look incredible. But yeah, it's just not for
My
me.
question
Sorry,
is, and
Swifties.
Poundcake, you might know this. My question is, how has she exploded like this? Why now?
Because I'm trying to say this nicely.
Don't. Just say it the way you want to say it. Why
start now?
Why start now?
Well, I'm just saying because I feel like the white chicks, they relate to her because they're like, she can barely sing, barely dance. That's what I'm saying. She can barely sing, barely dance. They're like, oh, wow, look how big she is. Let's support her. So, like, she is the hero.
Or is it that all those girls...
She's out on stage twerking.
But is it that also all those girls have grown up to the point where now... they understand. They've had relationships.
That's not it.
They've had teen breakups. It's not that?
No, she is the epitome of cookie cutter pop music. Her voice is very commercial, and it sounds like every other white girl in a choir. And because there's a lot of white girls in this country, they see her and they're like, wow, I could be just like Taylor Swift. I have blonde hair. I ain't got bod like that. I can't necessarily twerk. They remind me of like Zoe off of The Proud Family. I don't know.
Wow, what a comparison. What a comparison.
You got it, Bridget.
I did. You know why I got it? Because I used to look like Zoe.
You did look like Zoe? Really?
Well, yes, because I was so like awkward and tall and so like so skinny when I was in middle school. And I had the braces. My hair was like long and thick. And I'm like, I'm going to donate it to Locks of Love, which was a very nice thing to do. Not when you've got thick curly hair.
Right.
So and it was more red back then. And so literally I had freckles, red short hair, and like tall, lanky.
So you had a lot of strikes against you.
Yeah. How did you get tall young? Like you were...
I mean, I probably stopped growing by my senior year of high school. But yeah, I mean, going into freshman year, I was already like 5'8", 5'9".
Okay.
So yeah, I've been tall for a long time.
So Poundcake, to your point, let me play this for you again.
You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. No, I'll stand my ground.
Right? This is kind of that fair to Midland voice. This is Trump's daughter-in-law covering Tom Petty, and she's all pissed because she's like, everybody's so political they won't play my music, but it sucks. That's why they won't play it, because she
on
can't.
That same track, and they'll be like, kudos to Taylor.
That's what we're saying, right?
And that's not true, but it's not. That's the thing, though. She doesn't have any seasoning, but there are plenty of white girls out there that do have seasoning. So this is not.
And
I'm talking about the ones that don't.
Also, you can't underestimate the value of a completely non-controversial pop star. You got moms who don't mind taking their daughters.
And that's what I'm saying. She adopts to, she is universal. And I feel like a lot of pop stars are not universal. They have Beyonce, the reason why she is as big as she is because she can be sexy, she can be soulful, she can sing, she can dance, she can act. She has done pop, she has done hip hop, and she doesn't sing like a normal girl would sing. That's what makes her stand out.
And the first round of Taylor Swift fans have their own kids now.
Right.
There's also dragging them to these shows.
Here's another thing that I think
nothing's cooler than your mom's music
has created this giant Swiftie emergence, there's a competitiveness to be the biggest Swiftie amongst those women. So they go,
a lot of infighting.
I'm not just, but they like, it's kind of frenemy stuff though.
Taylor Swift.
Where like you bring the friendship bracelets and you're like, oh, we're all here together. We all love, but you want to one up them. You go to the concert dressed like Taylor. You go to the concert knowing every single word. And if you're one of the people that doesn't know every single word, you're going to look stupid because everybody else does. So like there's this beautiful, it's like the picture of all the girls that are at the concert where they're all wearing the same exact Luke Skywalker fall outfit where they got the tall boots and the vest and the like. White women love to look exactly like other white women. And
Let's
Taylor
mansplain
Swift Taylor Swift has taken that to
like, "I'm never coming back."
astronomical levels. But she
didn't care. She didn't like Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she didn't like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
She's
I'm like,
she's an individual.
I'm with you guys.
Yeah.
No friendship bracelets
She's a
over here.
weenie. She's a little weenie.
A little weenie.
Or like an M&M-y.
If Starbucks was a person, it would be Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Starbucks is very popular. Very popular.
And very overpriced and somewhat overrated. But I will still drink the coffee if I'm around. So I don't know why.
All right. Well, once again, we have solved another one of the world's problems. Bridget Linton is here from Your Cleveland Browns, sitting in for Mary today. Bridget_Linton8 on Instagram, if you want to give her a follow there. I got to take a break here. I'll have those Alkaline Trio tickets for you. They're back on the road, and they're coming to Cleveland. So if you dig those guys, we'll hook it up. 35192. Want to send me a text for anything? You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, I hear you're getting a whole new wardrobe for your trip to Italy.
I got cool scarves. I got some killer shoes.
What kind of shoes?
Loafers.
Oh, nice Italian loafers?
Well, I'm confused on if it's Ralph Lauren or not because it says, what is it called? Oh, Beverly Hills Polo Club. And it's got a guy it's got a guy playing polo on it, and the logo looks very similar to polo.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Klaben of the Klaben Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are amazing.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
I know you got an example.
New 2023 Ford Escapes, $2,000 off MSRP, plus attractive lease payments.
Wow, and congratulations on Klaben's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Klaben team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Klaben.
Experience the difference at the Klaben Auto Stores.
Hey, it's Alan. I hope you can come hang for the Cox Out pregame this season. We're mixing it up. We're doing away games out in the burbs. Sunday, I will be at the Parma Tavern, posted up from noon to
so impressed. I'm like, wait a minute. Since when is Cody, a.k.a. Poundcake, a sports talker?
Yeah, best sports talker.
Best in Cleveland.
Boy, he made your boy Goldhammer's head explode over that.
I'm sure.
He was displeased.
I'm sure, yeah.
If you're watching the show at AlanCoxShow.com, a tip of the cap to Dondi Lickelstein for helping out today in the video department. Much appreciated.
Bridget's so confused by so many things that we do.
I know. This is a hard show to just dip in on and dip back out, but that's okay.
You guys can tell in my face, and I just
you're
smile
just
and
like,
nod at you guys.
I don't know what Dondi Lickelstein's about.
Sure don't.
No, but Dondi Lickelstein knows what you're about, and that's really the important part. Voicemails, you can always leave those for us anytime you like. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Guys, I'm calling. I was listening to the Poundcake Disability.
He's Bill in South Jersey. He calls us quite a bit. Sometimes he leaves his name.
I was listening to the Poundcake Disability discussion on the show yesterday. So I'm going to take a little bit of license here and claim that I'm going to ask this question on behalf of the entire audience. Pay Brown for what?
Hey, that's not bad.
Pay Brown for what?
Pay Brown for what? That's a good question.
Pay Brown for what? Pay Brown for what?
Yeah, that's a smart move, boy. Poundcake's made it clear that his goal is to get on disability. And so, thank you, Bill there in South Jersey. What?
Nothing.
It's a good move. We got some thoughts.
Pay Brown for what? Pay Brown for what?
Any movement on that front, by the way?
No.
Oh.
They still want to prove me yet. I'm too able.
You're too able.
Too reliable? Too
reliable.
able?
That's what,
yes.
That's what he was always saying to us, is that he's just too reliable. That's why he didn't want to go to certain work events, because he's too reliable.
I don't want them to expect me to be there.
Right.
Did you and Cody know each other at the University of Akron, or you just knew of each other?
No, we knew each other.
So has he been like this the whole time?
Okay, so I will say I wasn't sure if it was like a radio personality type thing or if it was really him. It's really him.
Oh, yeah, it's really him.
Which I appreciate.
There's not a lot of artifice around here.
No, I really appreciate it, because sometimes you'll meet people that you either see on TV or on social media, on the radio, and they're a completely different personality than when they're on.
Name names.
No, we can't do that. I don't want to get myself in trouble. And so I appreciate it when I meet people like you guys, and then when we turn off the microphones, you're still the same people. And Cody is definitely that. Which
what you see is what you get with Poundcake.
Yeah.
As you guys have learned from the show, I don't like to do a lot of work. And coming on here and acting, that would be a lot. And I would forget to turn it off or turn it on.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that. I wanted to ask you, I think we worked together one time, and I want to know if you remember. Do you remember us working together or that day at all?
Is this ZTV related?
No, this was WZIP. You came over to the radio side.
I know, I did.
Okay, yeah.
I think I did like one show.
Yeah,
you went slumming with the radio folks for a little bit.
I did.
Honestly, that's
with DJ Cobra.
It was back when I was program director, and they would shadow, like if you wanted to learn on air, you would go with an on-air DJ during their shift, and they would essentially train you. Bridget came in. I don't know if she had some type of event coming up where she had to learn how to, maybe an interview or something where she had to learn the board. So she came in during my shift, and I just trained her on the board. And I remember, and I just want to say that she is real too. She's not putting on an act. She's real honest, because this is like back in the day. So back then, WZIP only had like one.
We're just going, please, just.
I'm like, oh no, what did he say?
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
No. She's real honest, because WZIP only had like one phone line. I'm sure they probably have changed it now. But we used to do like underwriting and do giveaways like we do on this show. But we would say, for whatever reason, they're like, oh, caller 30. I'm like, I'm not answering 30 calls. Like, number one, hey, you're my winner. I said, Bridget, you don't have to. When she was on my shift and she gave away like some prize or whatever it was, I'm like, Bridget, you don't have to answer every single call. She's like, no, I want to be honest. And she just answered every single call. Sorry, you're not the winner. Sorry. And I'm like,
that's nice, but that's how you jam yourself up going caller 30.
It was something like
that's why I always do caller 10. I'm like, I don't need Poundcake on the phone telling people they didn't win for a half an hour.
I don't know why we did it that high, especially because we only had like one phone line. But that was my.
And you probably had 20 people listening.
No, we had a lot of
we're
listeners.
The number
I understand.
one.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, at any given time, there's probably not that many people listening to win a giveaway, are there? Like, what were the tickets?
You'll never know how many listeners you have until you give away something for free.
True.
Yeah, okay.
And-
Especially college kids.
And Cody, I do remember this. So there was a class I went to school for mass media communications. I minored in sports management, but part of one of my classes was learning the radio side of things.
So that's what it was.
And
yeah.
I remember it was your final project. You had a choice. You could either host an hour interview, like an in-depth, like serious interview conversation, or get trained on how to do the boards and be a radio host. I'm like, well, I like to be versatile. I would like to be a radio host too.
The hour-long interview would have been on camera. That would have been on the TV side.
No, it was radio.
Oh, both of those choices
I
were
would
on
have
the
to, like,
video.
Studio production and radio production.
Yeah.
I know I had to. So I don't.
And so that was my choice. I'm like, well, I'd rather get cleared to run the boards
Run the
and be
board
on
and all that
air.
stuff, yeah.
And so, Cody trained me.
Listen,
It's
he's
just
There we
wild.
are on a radio show.
It's just wild him thinking, like, him training anybody to do anything.
Well, Poundcake's the only person I've ever had on this show who had prior radio experience. He's the only other person besides me. It's ever been on this show that had prior radio experience.
He was the king of WZIP.
That's what he says.
It's true.
That's how he describes it. And now she's co-signing on you, Cody.
I am.
I appreciate that because there was people that loved me, and there's people that tried to knock me off my throne.
His throne.
There was people there that
People are this audience is especially terrified to consider him in any position of power.
No, I think people were just jealous of you, Cody, because they wanted to be the king of or queen of WZIP, and he just held that title.
But you did it how, Cody? You got there because nobody else wanted to do it, or you really?
That's not. I don't know why. So I started my sophomore year of college, and I was doing like the early morning shifts, the shifts that no one wanted to do, and. Looking back on it, I'm like, that was drive time, 7 to 9 a.m. People are going into class. And Bridget, I don't know if you stayed on campus, but if you were a commuter, those are like all the early classes.
Yep.
So people are in their cars.
Were you living on campus in college?
No, because I'm from Greene, so
She's
I was
smart.
a
That's
commuter.
like 20 minutes away.
Right.
But yeah, so I would take those shifts, and the current, like the DJ director at the time, just saw something in me. Like he knew how passionate I was about it. And as a junior, I became DJ director because he was graduating, and it pissed off a lot of people because they thought they were going to get that spot because they were there a lot longer. Like there were people, super seniors or, people who had been in the program longer. And I think I was only 1 or 2 years in. And so they're like, oh no, that's BS. So they tried to get me fired. They plotted against me. They was trying to sabotage.
See, I didn't know all this was going on the radio side of things. I was still over.
It was a real Game of Thrones situation over there behind the mic. Who knew?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
They were all, everyone, wanted to work professionally in radio. And they didn't, it was hard for them to look at me, someone who was just coming in, like I knew what I was talking about. And to be honest, I guess I didn't, but I was going to do my job. If my job was to critique your demo and then I did it, they were like, okay, well, I'm not about to listen to you. I'm like, okay, well, don't listen to me then. I'm doing what I think is best. Ask someone else. And then they would go like, I think the only people there were like the actual directors of the station. They were like hired people like from the school. So they would go there and they were like, yeah, whatever Cody said.
Yeah, because they didn't want to deal with it. They were like, yeah.
They're like, he's the DJ director. They're like, no, forget that. I'm like,
And look at you now.
Look at you now.
Best sports talker
By the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine.
And you know where that
and
came
on the
from?
Alan Cox Show.
That's right.
You know how this all happened, Bridget, was because of the Sports Power Talk. They would come in, they would host a Sunday or Saturday Sunday show. But during the week, they would promote that show and do like 90 seconds of sports during my shift. And so it would always be the cutest guys too. Like the cutest guys were all, if they did radio, they were in sports. It was always like the jocks or like they would minor in like athletic training or whatever.
For sure.
And so they would come in during my shift. I'm like, you can go on. And then, I ain't hear nothing they said. I was just looking at them for the next 90 seconds.
Athletic shorts.
And then I'd play
I'd
play their little sounder. And then they would be off. And I said, I wonder if they're still working in media as of now, like doing sports. I said, I don't know if I could do that. And Bill was like, I bet you can. And he paid me like $20. And then this is how it all started.
Wow. And now you're the
Look at
best
you
in
now.
Cleveland.
He's the
I
best
forgot my role
sports
in this.
talk.
I'm sorry.
I know,
I
Bill.
apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize to everybody.
You're an enabler.
Yeah.
You are responsible for this monster he's become.
I think it was 50.
So, like, Cody,
50 was
do you get like a fancy award?
Well, we're supposed to have a Best of Cleveland party, but I think everyone's invited, so I guess it's, you know.
You got to buy tickets.
Well, the winners get invited, but I mean, anybody can financially
always
support
is.
Cleveland Scene and get a couple of tickets. And
So
of
no
course, that makes him upset.
No trophy or anything, though, to put on display?
I guess not.
In the past years, they would give you like a plaque. Like I've gotten some that, but
You got like a printout of your award.
But I don't know where they are.
I think I read that in your bio. Yeah.
I won some.
Your
I
list
won
of
some
awards.
stuff. Yeah.
But you have to have won things like that along the way, yeah? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I was a 30 under 30 and according to Radio Inc. a couple years ago.
Radio
That's
Inc.,
pretty-
yeah.
Impressive. We just had Matt Rife on. I don't know if you heard of him.
Yeah.
He was here for the Forbes 30 under 30.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit bigger deal than Radio Inc., but
Radio Inc.
they're basically the same thing.
I don't know. You're hating on Taylor Swift. Might as well hate on Matt Rife, too.
Listen, I know he's a funny guy that thinks he's really good looking.
He is really good looking.
Is he in real life?
He looks like when Squidward got the plastic surgery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's that good in real
I mean,
life.
he knows. He knows
it.
I think the people who give him a hard time, it's because, you know, one of the golden rules of comedy is you're not supposed to be good looking and funny.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. You know, a lot of comics are talking about like trying to make themselves relatable or whatever. It's real hard to do that when you're super good looking.
Mm.
But there are a couple of unicorns along the way.
You think I want to look like this?
Bill doesn't want all that pressure.
I got hot a few years ago and everybody didn't like my jokes anymore, so I had to get fat again.
That's right. Skinny Bill wasn't getting
There's crickets out there.
Wasn't getting the rolling laughs anymore.
Something to be said for that, yeah?
Yeah.
I get it.
So, I mean, Matt Rife seemed to be nice enough. Again,
They're very nice.
I'm not familiar with his work, but I knew who he was, you know, enough to talk to him for 20 minutes. But he was literally walking by, and waved through the window, and Bill and Mary are like, that's Matt Rife. And they ran out to grab him, and he came in and sat down.
Yeah, he came in. It was very cool of him to do that, yeah.
Have you ever met a celebrity or had someone on the show, a comedian, and you were like, oh, man, never mind.
We're celebrities.
Well, I know.
Like we were bummed at who they were or what?
No, like they weren't nice, or you were like, oh,
That's
wow,
what I mean, like bummed at how they acted
Yeah.
or... Well, my thought, yes, I have many times. I've been doing this a long time, but my thought is always, I don't know what kind of day they're having.
Right.
True.
Right? Like, I'm sure people have met me and like, what a dick.
Yeah.
But I try to be a cool guy, but it's like, you just never know what kind of day
I mean,
somebody's having.
that's honestly my first impression of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, I set a bar and then I try to reach it.
The only thing that's been, like, nobody's been an overall, like super big jerk. Like, there's definitely been some people that thought they were too good to be on radio. But the
Adrienne Iapolucci did not like me at all.
No, she did not.
She did
But I think
not.
she doesn't, I don't think she likes anybody, though.
No,
So
but
I
I'm
think
in that group now.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm in that club.
She wasn't thrilled to be here, but there's been one SNL alum that was a little creepy to Erica when she was still on, and that was probably like the most uncomfortable.
Who,
thing.
Lovitz?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember Eric Griffin like
Oh, yeah, he was
creeping
too.
up all over.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I guess I don't remember Lovitz doing that. But
Yeah.
I just assume he's joking with every single thing he does. So but
I just feel like Erica was like pulling back, and he was not reading the room on that one.
yeah, maybe not.
I'm glad that you said the names, though. Appreciate
Yeah.
the name drop.
Yeah.
Well, that
Yeah,
way,
we'll burn
if
bridges.
you-
We don't care.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's just like if you talk to them again. I mean, if he was in here today, I'd be like, yeah, you were in here some years ago, and it was kind of a weird situation, you know.
Yeah.
And they might have been like, yeah, I was drunk that day. Or, again, you don't know where they're
You never
coming
know.
from.
Very
You
true.
just don't know where they're coming from.
It's a great point.
Alan Poundcake is well on his way to disability when you consider his spider spray use and his small dash of the hep. I mean,
hep?
No, but you were talking about how you just wanted a small dash
You wanted a
of
smidge.
the hep. Yeah, a smidge of the hep just to get on disability.
Just a what is the minimum dose required to get on disability?
Yeah, that's right.
Just
Hey,
a little bit.
by the way, congratulations to our bureau chiefs, our listeners in the great state of Alaska. I don't know what the Alaskan state nickname is, and we have a
I
handful.
believe it's the Sunshine State.
Oh, Alaska, the
Yeah.
Sunshine State. For 6 months out of the year, it's the
right?
Sunshine State. And that's at night.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun. We've got Jeff in Palmer, Alaska. We've got Cole in Juneau. We've got Andrew in Cooper Landing. We have a few, but today is Alaska Day. And, of course, it marks the day that we bought Alaska from the Russians. Russians were hanging on to, you remember in history class, they called it Seward's Folly. Anybody remember the phrase Seward's Folly?
No, I don't.
Seward was the Secretary of State, and this was the guy who goes, hey, we're going to buy Alaska from Russia. And everybody made fun of this guy. So we got Alaska for $7 million. It's like 2 cents an acre, right? Alaska's very, very
real big.
Very big. And everybody made fun of this guy.
What would that be in today's money?
I don't know.
What year was it? I'll look up the inflation.
It would have been the late 1800s. I don't know exactly, you know. But again, everybody made fun of this guy. And then like beginning of the 20th century, 30, 40 years later, they found gold. So there was a massive, literally a massive gold rush there in Alaska. And today is Alaska Day. So yes, granted.
That was a great history lesson.
It's a
I
shout
learned
out
something.
for 3 or 4 of our listeners who listen on the iHeartRadio app. But not every day is Alaska Day, literally. It's only October the 18th.
In 2022, 7.2 million would have been worth 151 million, which is still...
That's pretty good for a state.
Pretty good for a big state, too. It got banks
I
and
mean, because we're not buying land anymore and calling it states. You know what I mean? That was back when you could do that. You go, hey, Russia, could we have Alaska? You know, it's connected to Canada. We'd really like to bring it into the fold. And I know there's people that want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states and all that, and I think they
hate
should
that.
be.
We don't need a new flag.
Huh?
Then we got to have a new flag.
Yeah, but
and
think
then,
about,
the 50 states just make, it's a nice round number. 52 states, just like, ugh.
Yeah, but the flag manufacturers have to be the ones pushing the hardest to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Because everybody's going to need a new flag. Everybody. That's a great business model.
That'll be gold mine for them.
They should be lobbying for more say, hey, let's make the U.S. Virgin Islands a state. They're already our protectorates. We already got them. Let's make them states.
I don't know. There's a lot
If
of
I
people...
owned a flag company, every couple of years, I'd be lobbying hard to get a new state. They're like, I won't be happy until there are 78 states.
But you have those religious people that are very against it.
What do they have to do with it?
Well, God hates flags.
Bill, see me after the show, eh? There's an extra. I feel like there's an extra consonant in there or something, and that's
what I saw.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay.
I'm dyslexic. What do I know?
God works in mysterious ways. Hey, I got a break here. Bridget Linton is joining us. She is, well, you see her on the sidelines there. Neither rain, nor sleet, nor snow will keep her from being on camera and telling you what's going on with the Cleveland Browns. She's Bridget_Linton8 on Instagram. You're getting some people hitting you up, yeah?
Yes, I appreciate
Good
that.
for you.
Thank you for the plug.
We just want to make sure that you have more followers than Poundcake, because that's not a universe anybody wants to live in, where the two of you are at the exact same level of, you know. And I don't even know how many he has. I'm giving him a hard time for no reason. Another $1,000 for you at 4:30. Listen for that keyword from the Buzzard bookie. I will have those Tony Hinchcliffe tickets for you, too. If his comedy is more your speed, I'll get you a couple of passes coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
You and your family deserve world-class health care. So when it's time to choose a health plan, choose well. Understand your options for in-network access to Cleveland Clinic care. For more information, visit chooseclevelandclinic.org. That's chooseclevelandclinic.org.
Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app? Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Sorry, you want to go see comedian Tony Hinchcliffe? You like the Kill Tony podcast? He's coming through to do stand-up. The Fully Grown Tour, GROAN. I like it. In 2024, you got to wait a little bit. Friday, February 23rd at the world-famous Agora. Tickets, info, everything else at agoracleveland.com. 2 for Tony Hinchcliffe. Good luck. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
I like the sound of my own voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for it in about 5 or 6 minutes. Listen for those keywords because they come pretty fast. The Buzzard Bookie, 4:30 is the next one. Going to hear my convo with Chelsea Handler in a minute. I have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with her. She's at the KeyBank State Theater on Friday night. She's on the Little Big Bitch Tour. Browns host Bridget Linton is sitting in today. The reviews are in.
Oh, no.
Thumbs up.
Oh, really?
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I tell
up
people.
where, though? Because that makes a huge difference.
Bridget is fire, is what somebody said.
Okay, that's nice.
Now, a lot of people do think you are Erica Lauren, who a lot of people think Erica has returned to the show because I guess the voice is very, very similar. Erica Lauren was my first female co-host here on the show, but it is not Erica. It is Bridget, and she's Bridget_Linton #8 on Instagram.
Yep. You know the one.
That's the one.
I haven't seen Erica. Do I look like her too, or just sound?
You guys don't look dissimilar. Yes.
Interesting. Okay,
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think you sound similar. People seem to, but I don't think it's.
I would not have thought of that, but people saying it, I go, I could see that.
There's similar, but not as much as other people are saying. But anyway.
Well, I know there has to be like some bad reviews you've gotten. Just read me one.
Well, here's what I tell people, though.
Okay.
That doesn't surprise me because a new voice, a new face on the show, right? That's great. It's something different than just us dopes in here talking, right? What I tell people, because what will invariably happen is if we have somebody sit in and they do well, people go, oh, you should have them on all the time. And I'm like, no, because you would hate them in a week too.
Yep.
Like my wife fills in sometimes. She's great. She's a lot funnier than I am. And people are like, oh, Gwen's awesome. You should. I go, well, A, no, I don't work with my wife. B, you'd be crapping all over her in a week. So it's kind of the novelty of it.
So right now, I'm getting more positive reviews, but if I came on more regularly, that's when they hate.
Well, I don't know that either. I mean more regularly in quick succession.
Yes.
If you were with us once, like, I hope you'll come back at
I
some
hope
point.
you guys invite me back.
Of course. There you go.
So fun.
Right? So, so that'll happen. People go, oh, cool. Like Gab Cruz is going to sit in tomorrow. People love when Gab's on. It's all fun. But if you overdo it, the audience goes, ugh, you know.
Yeah.
Or at least those kinds of dopes come out of the woodwork. Right. Most people are pretty cool. Most people in this audience are great. But they love crapping on us.
I'm going to start using the word dope. You keep calling them dopes. And I really
as a
like
noun, not as an adjective. Yeah.
I like it. I'm going to start calling, when people are mean, be like, you know what? You're nothing but a dope.
That's true. There's a lot of
dope
dopes
right now.
But yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's
nice to hear.
That's a little administrative stuff there. How long? And I do have to give away this money here in a couple of minutes. But I was reading a thing. How long is too long of a sex drought? Now, you don't currently have a boyfriend.
Do not.
You're very busy.
Yes.
Right? Your last boyfriend was when? When was the last serious boyfriend you had?
You know, a serious boyfriend?
A while ago?
Yeah, it was a while ago. So when I go on dates, they don't really end up lasting very long. I usually find something wrong with everyone.
Oh, you're
okay.
picky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which maybe just means I like to be single, and so I purposely find something wrong with people.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
What'd you say?
He said, he goes, here. You mean, what did he scream?
Yeah. I'm like, oh, what was that? I mean, and also it's a small pool for me because my one non-negotiable is I would prefer you to be taller than me, and I already kind of knock out
tough,
a lot of.
man. Yeah, but I get it. I know. Tall girls, you don't want.
Yeah.
Heightism is real.
I know, and it's a real thing.
Well, in the other way, I never had a problem when I was single and I was dating people. I never had a problem with dating outside, kicking outside my coverage, whatever that phrase is, right?
Yeah.
That didn't bother me. But tall girls, for some reason, I dated a couple of tall girls and I just couldn't get my head around it.
A little intimidating.
Well, it was just like there was something emasculating about it. And this was college. It was a long time ago, so I guess I wasn't as fully
That's
formed
me.
as I am
It's
now.
more like a me problem because then I just feel like big, Like I just feel like,
And no woman wants to feel big.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little tough.
Does that count if like you're taller than them in heels? Because you got.
I know. I don't wear heels very often. It's only when I'm like hosting a Miss USA pageant, or like you saw me going to the Cavs event.
Yeah.
That was a dress-up event.
Yeah.
It's a very rare
That
occasion.
You're gonna rock the heels,
but I will. And yes, that I would not feel very comfortable if I'm towering over my date.
Right.
How's it going down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't really like that.
Like he's got to throw carabiners in your torso just to get up to where you are. Yeah, so I guess they couldn't, but people were arguing about, hey, how long is too long of a sex drought? And obviously for a lot of people, it depends on if they're, I think people that are married, they assume that's kind of baked into the cake. People are dating, they go, we should really be doing this a lot more. We should be going at it more frequently because we're dating, there aren't other extraneous things going on. But you're not off the hook yet. Last serious boyfriend was when?
I know. I'm trying to think when.
So that long ago.
We broke up. No, I'm just trying to think of the actual year. We dated for way too long. Let's just put it that way. It was a very, very long-term relationship.
College boyfriend, high school boyfriend.
No, I was college. So all through college, into the first few years of my career, just, that toxic back and forth, break up, get back together type thing. I think it was 2020.
You couldn't cut him loose.
Yeah.
And then you kind of got the moxie to be like, hey, hit the bricks. You know what, right?
Like that.
Yeah, like you got.
Was he a zip even in the sack?
No, actually, it wasn't a zip. Maybe that was the issue.
Yeah. Well, Poundcake always talks about how he'll go back to a bad situation if the sex is good.
Well, I'm not going. I'll get the sex. I'm not taking the toxic situation with me. There's a lot of toxic people.
But you always talk about how, like, the guy with no job. And
that's not me. I didn't start that fire.
You talk about that all the time with Mary.
But I'm saying girls do happen to like guys who just get out of prison and they have the best D. I'm just saying they have the best D because that's all they
beat it out the frame.
That's all they have. That's how they survive. It's those. Everyone has a job, you can't have it all. And that's the one thing I could take solace in. I'm like, okay, he may be perfect. He like on the surface, he may look good. He may have a great job. Rich, nice guy. He might have a small pecker or he might, finish fast or something like that. I'm just saying.
Pecker.
But you get a guy from prison, he ain't got no job and no car, but you will wake up with your hair braided. Like, it's just one of those type of things. I didn't make the rules. I don't know why.
Sucking it dry.
They have the type of, I hope I use this word right, exuberance.
There you go. He's like, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game, man. Poundcake didn't make the rules.
That's what I'm saying. Usually, they don't want to go back, so they'll do whatever you want. You give them a job. After they, hit it, have them mow the lawn. Or
well, listen, and now we've pulled back the curtain. You Browns fans, if you ever see Bridget Linton on the sidelines there and her hair is braided, you know that she had a great
she got
Saturday night.
I do have to question this, Poundcake, now that I'm calling you this too.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a difference between you went from you're either good looking, rich, have a nice job, got it all together, or you're getting out of prison. I feel like there's some middle ground there.
Don't forget the
that
pecker.
We're forgetting about.
There is. But
Don't forget the little pecker.
I didn't know we could discuss this.
Yeah, of course.
Got to be smart.
Yeah.
We're not just poop and throw up.
We're also little peckers.
Peckers too. Okay, now I know. But yeah, I feel like maybe there's a group in the middle of jail and being rich.
There definitely is.
A happy
There's
medium.
a middle ground, maybe.
Yeah.
But I tend to have low self-esteem.
What if you were in jail for white collar crime and you've been in jail and are rich?
No, they got to have face tats. You got to have a teardrop.
Oh.
You got
All right.
you got to have the works. Like, do
Like
need to
Post
serve some-
Malone with a knee shooter is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I see.
Do need to serve some time.
Let me give you this money here. I'm going to talk to Chelsea Handler. It is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. It's $1,000 in your pocket. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So I talked to Chelsea Handler this morning, and normally we go, hey, whatever. Our phones so routinely suck here that she kept calling, and I could hear her, but she couldn't hear me. I said, just call my phone, and I'll talk to you on speakerphone. So that's what we did. She is doing Playhouse Square on Friday night. Her Little Big Bitch tour is going to be over at the KeyBank State Theater, and we had a conversation this morning. Chelsea.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm great. How are you?
Our phones here suck a lot, so I'm going to do it low tech. I'm going to talk to you on speaker.
Okay, cool. Are you on a rotary phone?
I would be better off if I was on a rotary phone.
Yeah, seriously.
I think it's teletype or something. I don't know.
I want to go back to the way things used to be.
People say that, but it's funny. John Hamm was talking about how people would talk to him about Mad Men, and they go, God, wouldn't you love to be back then? And he's like, I like painless dentistry. I'm a big fan of a lot of things that are happening now. Like, I understand what people mean, but if you really dug in, might not be great, especially for somebody like you.
Well, I don't want to go back that far. I want to just go back to, the early 2000s. That's where the technology that I can handle is.
Yes, like pre-social media.
Well, that would be nice, actually. But pre-AI, I don't need this in my life. I don't want a car that's driven by a robot. You know what I mean? Even though robots are a lot smarter than some of the idiots out here, I just it's all too much, too fast.
Do you drive a Tesla?
I do.
Oh, it's funny. I was in Vegas, and the Uber guy was driving a Tesla. And we're chatting him up about how he took it with his girlfriend to Yellowstone just to test out the range. They got stuck. They had to have somebody come out and charge the car in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, man, it sounds cool, but why would you go camping with a Tesla?
Well, no, that sounds really stupid.
Yeah.
And also, I have a Tesla that I drive. It can't drive itself. I mean, maybe it could, but I would never do that. Even though I shouldn't be on the roads either, I feel like it's more responsible for me to be doing that, going from point A to B.
Are you an awful driver?
No. I think I'm quite efficient. A lot of people get sick when they drive with me because I'm quick, I like to get from point A to point B, and I like to move around and just kind of get, I don't like to sit around and wait in traffic. I like to circumnavigate things. So, it feels slightly dangerous, but I'm in complete control, and I have a great driving record. So obviously I'm crushing it.
I got to tell you, I did a little bit of research, and the last time I talked to you on this show, it was August 26th, 2021. And you won't remember, but I remember because it was the same week I got my colonoscopy. And I must tell you, talking to you was a much better experience.
Well, some people might say it would be more difficult. They would prefer a colonoscopy over talking to me. So I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah, I'm not one of those people.
Good for you for getting that. I won't get that colonoscopy. I know you're supposed to get it, but I was like, what are my other options? And there was one. There was another option where you kind of do it at home and you have to send a stool sample in. And I was like, this is even worse than a colonoscopy. But then I ended up just deciding that, I had to do it that way. I couldn't go and take that liquid for a year, a day, which to me is a year. You have to drink that. Oh, God, I don't want anyone to have to deal with my butt.
But see, I ended up doing both because I was like, I'm in great health, right? I'm not worried at all. So yeah, let's get the box. Let's send him some poop. It's hilarious, right? And I'll be fine, whatever. And then I got a note from him. They go, hey, we found something. You should make an appointment. And then I'm freaking out. So, yeah, I sent him the box of poop, but then I still had to go and get the whole thing done anyway. And it was fine.
Okay,
But
so, yeah, I mean, sending a box of poop is so degrading anyway, you know? It's like, how do you, that's just, that whole act is like, it's demoralizing.
But less degrading than the people who work in that processing lab. And all day long, the only thing they're getting is boxes of poop.
Yeah, but you know what? That's their field of study. Like, that's their field of, you know, they're specializing in that. So they're medicine people and they're doctors. It's worse for us to have to deal with it because it's shameful. But, you know, it feels shameful. But for them, that's their profession. So they're more inured to it. So, no, I think it's still worse for us.
So you're getting to the Midwest basically this weekend. You're going to be here on Friday. You're going to do Columbus on Saturday, Pittsburgh on Sunday. You're going to be in Chicago on the 28th. Chelsea's tour is called Little Big Bitch. And I think there's a lot of people who have some pretty cheap opinions about you, aren't there? And you're here to set them straight.
Well, yes, there are. That's true as well. There's a lot of good storytellings in this new hour that I'm doing. I'm having a really good time with it because I get to out all these men who have been canceled who I have very close calls with. Like, I have a really good story about Woody Allen. I have a really good story about Bill Cosby. I have a really good story about Andrew Cuomo. That's the juiciest one. And then I have a really good story about George W. Bush and going to Kenny Bunkport when I was two to three edibles. So even though George W. Bush hasn't been canceled, I'm talking about the other three. But they're all really good stories. And it's fun to be able to get to share them because I'm not protecting anyone's privacy. You know what I mean?
So it's you and the unholy trinity of Woody Allen, Bill Cosby, and Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah. Can you believe I skirted out of three of those situations? I mean, somebody really is looking out for me.
They were trying to do the whole at-home colonoscopy with you, and you slid out of there.
That's right. I slid right out of their DMs and out of their, Well, actually, Bill Cosby was a doctor on TV, so we can pretend that I walked out of his office, too, even though it was his hotel room.
God, I love how he wants people to call him Dr. Cosby because he got like some dumb honorary teaching degree or something 50 years ago.
I know. You know he's out of jail? He's not even in jail. I just found that out. I didn't even realize that. I was like, what?
Oh, he's been out.
Oh, God. That's terrible.
Because he got in there and he's like, oh, I'm blind and I should be whatever. So I don't know how long he was in there, but he's been out.
Yeah, that's disappointing. But you know what? Let's just try and focus on positive things, like my stories about them.
Chelsea's going to be here on Friday. She's going to do Playhouse Square. For listeners in Columbus, she'll be there on Saturday, Pittsburgh on Sunday, and then Chicago the following Saturday. Are you on the East Coast now?
No, I'm on the West Coast now. I'm doing 2 shows at the Chicago Theater. The first one is sold out, so we added a second one. And yes, I'm coming to all the hot spots. I'm coming to Ohio and Pennsylvania. Yeah, all my states. I'm coming to the East Coast.
Well, you're a trooper because I can't imagine on any given day you're usually up this early. So I appreciate your time.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I like to get up early because I like to throw people off.
So good.
People think that I'm up all hours of the night. It's like, no, that's not true. I wouldn't be able to maintain my career in touring if I acted like that. But, yeah, I get up very early, actually. I go to bed early, too. It's like people are, except when I'm touring, because then you're on stage, you know. But, yeah, when I have my down days, I am like a hermit and a recluse.
So it's not like you're Steven Tyler in 74, but you're also not tucked in with a cup of chamomile at 8:30.
No, I mean, not with the chamomile, usually with the Xanax or an edible.
With a sleepy time tea? That's nice, too.
Yes, exactly. Something sleepy time. I love anything that makes me sleepy.
Chelsea, I always like talking to you. I hope it's not another 2 years, but I appreciate your time. Good luck on the road. Can't wait to hear your unholy Trinity stories.
Good luck with your next colonoscopy, buddy.
Thank you, kid.
Okay, bye.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
Hey, there's Chelsea Handler. She is in town on Friday. That Little Big Bitch tour is going to be over at State Theater Playhouse Square. And there are tickets, I think, probably still available. 8 o'clock is the show. You can go to playhousesquare.org for all the details. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover
Sponsored by Dunkin'. Everything's better when you're a Dunkin' Rewards member. Even Mondays. Every Monday of this month, you get a free medium hot or iced coffee with purchase. Join on the app. America runs on Dunkin'. Limit 1 per member per Monday. Additional charges, exclusions, and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Dumbest opening line of any song ever is "Get up and get your grandma out of here." That should have gotten Kiss kicked out of rock and roll for good, but they were able to play past it. And now they're down to their last 50 shows, and Sunday night they're going to be here in Cleveland, and I will be there, and Stansbury will be there, and Corey Roddick will be there, and all of us are going to have floor tickets for you. So if you're not wearing Kiss gear, we're doing a Show Us Your Buzzard. Wear some MMS gear if you're going to be at the Kiss show. And if you're up there in the nosebleeds, I might find you and I'll put you down on the floor. So, FYI, Dan's going to have tickets. Corey will have them. I'll have them too. So, show us your Buzzard at that Kiss show on Sunday night, and you could end up down there on the floor for their very last time in Cleveland. Eric Singer, the drummer, of course, he's from Euclid. So there's local ties there, but it should be a good time. So just kind of keep that in mind when you're getting dressed for the Kiss show on Sunday. Bridget Linton's here. She's sitting in today. You see her on the sideline of the Browns games. Sometimes she's in a poncho.
Dome advocate, Bridget Linton.
Sometimes she's not in a poncho, but either way, she's a consummate professional. Alan, I have an extra Tool ticket if you want to come see them in Toronto. Yeah, Tool's doing their dates. They're in Portland, Oregon tomorrow night. The closest Tool dates to us would be in Toronto. That's the 20th and 21st of next month. Thank you. I don't plan on going to that. But what? Oh, I thought Poundcake.
She was just laughing.
I thought Poundcake said that. Yeah, no, I'm not. I like Tool, but I heard someone refer to Tool as Rush for Juggalos, and now I cannot get that out of my head. It is the perfect description of Tool. No, I like them, but no, thank you. Feel free to give that extra ticket to someone else. I do love Toronto. We go a couple times a year, but I'm not going to go there to see Tool. I will, however, in about 6 or 7 minutes, have a trip to L.A. for you. We announced the big Alter Ego Festival. This is probably in its 5th or 6th year now. The big alternative festival that we do out in L.A. They moved the venue. It's now at the Honda Center in Anaheim. It's going to happen on January 13th. So that would be a nice time to get out of Ohio, is middle of January, to see the Black Keys and Bush and Sum 41 and Paramore and many more. So 5 o'clock every day this week. And I think next week, too, I've got trips for you. I was reading about the
You get it?
Yeah, I'm swatting gnats in here. Hey, welcome to our brand new studios, by the way, Bridget. We have gnats and, things we're
Well, this is what
constantly...
happened when you talk about puke and diarrhea so much.
In downtown Cleveland, no less.
The bugs start to come into the studio.
Yeah. You're saying that we manifested it? We put it out into the universe?
I think that's exactly what I'm saying.
I would counter with, there have been plenty days, contrary to popular opinion, there have been plenty of days here where there was no mention of any bodily fluids, and we're still beset on all sides by insects.
Ooh.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why we've got what's that slapper thing, Bill? that's why
fly
we
swatter.
the fly swatter. We got big old slappers in here.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, you do right here.
Yes. You might need that at some point. You might need to
Got him ready to go.
Be prepared, yeah.
That's right. The Boy Scout code is to be prepared. Were you ever a Girl Scout or anything like that?
I wasn't.
You weren't. Okay.
I was too busy Irish dancing.
Oh, right. Your whole formative years was all Irish dancing.
Age 4 to 18. I was in studio training and traveling and competing. Mm-hmm.
It's like my older daughter was an equestrian for about that length of time, too. And it's all-consuming. It ain't cheap. And it's probably like, you're Irish dancing and you're
Very
traveling.
similar.
Was that at the behest of your mom or your dad or both of them? Or you have siblings?
Yes. So I have an older sister. She is 10 years older than me. Then I have a brother 7 years older. And then surprise.
Oh, you were the oops baby.
The favorite child was born.
Oh, okay.
Mom and Dad, if you're listening, yes, I know I'm the favorite. It's okay.
So did your sister do the dancing too? Oh,
so that's why I started at age 4 because, of course, I wanted to do everything my sister did. So
she
I started,
was 14.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And so I started at a very young age and loved it and was pretty good at a very young age. So it became my life.
Wow.
And again, now it's my fun fact. A great bar trick. It brings the house down every time.
Was it just going to college where you're like, I'm done with that now?
I wish I would have known on Saturday when I ran into you.
I would have kicked off the heels and I would have
gone for it.
100% would have. So actually, we talked about River Dance and Lord of the Dance earlier in the show, and we talked about my Irish dancing. That was my whole goal. Like, there's, when you would like write those papers of what I want to be when I grow up, most people go, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a doctor. I have a whole essay writing about how I'm going to be the star of Lord of the Dance. I'm going to be the girl in the red dress and all this.
Right.
Uh-oh. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Oh, no, I'm just, I'm setting the mood. That's all.
Yeah. Now I want to stop talking.
You have like a visceral reaction when you hear that kind of music, right?
It just kind of gets inside my body.
Yeah. You cast your mind back to, right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do a little dance here soon.
If you want, I'll adjust this camera. So
the Emerald Isles, the sounds of the Isles. So for a while, were you carrying like flats in your purse? So that at a moment's notice, you can,
I could just kick off the shoes and do it anyway. But yeah, that was my whole plan. And then just so happened that year that I was graduating high school, Lord of the Dance, they stopped their tour. And at that point, my mom was like, well, you need to get an education. You're going to college. I'm like, but no. I'm
a dancer.
I'm going to be a famous Irish dancer.
But when you had put that much time into it.
I'm like, that's impossible.
Right.
There's no famous Irish dancers.
Except
Michael Flatley. Yeah, he's the one everyone knows.
But I still wanted to be in the spotlight. And so again, my mom's like, there's like, you can't like major in being famous and you can't major in being a famous Irish dancer. So like, you're going to have to figure something else out. I'm like, well, I do like to talk.
So had it been in the back of your mind, even in college, or was it like your dreams have been dashed and you're like, well, that part of my life's over?
It wasn't that part of my life was over. It was more of like, I was on the Akron dance team. So I kind of got involved in more college things. And then I became Miss Ohio Teen USA. That was my freshman year. Yeah. So.
Right.
We talked about awards we won. Yeah, I won a sash and a crown.
There you go.
Poundcake really wants a sash. He covets a sash like nobody's business.
Just because I wasn't that guy growing up. I wasn't like Bridget. Like
You weren't an Irish dancer?
My mom.
He was a private dancer.
My mom went out of her way
for money.
My mom went out of her way to make sure we had like activities to do after school. So I did karate.
She's like, idle hands are the devil's work.
Honestly, like I did track, bitty wrestling, karate. What else did I do? I did like basketball, and I was not good at basketball.
Your mom was just trying to make you tired for when she got home.
Probably, but I quit everything, and like I quit.
That is what you excel at.
No one quits better than me.
Yeah, no one.
He hasn't quit radio. He's been doing this since our.
And honestly, I think the
Top
reason why
quitter. Get him we need to get you a sash that says the best quitter.
But he's not gonna. Why is he gonna quit this?
Wait, you guys, I have an idea. I think that we should get Poundcake a sash that says best sports talker in Cleveland.
Well, that's what he wants.
That's what I wanted to go to the party with, just so everyone knew.
He's already got his canary yellow suit. Where can you have a sash made these days? Is
Sash
it like
R Us?
A Sash R Us? Okay, cool. I'm going to look into that.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find
Trophy
some.
shop will also make sashy sensations.
But no, radio, I feel like for me, it was a part of me becoming an adult because I flocked to it. It was like right after it was at that transition in my life where I was going to college and I had just come out, and radio was the medium that I flocked to. And I created a personality. It's not just my radio personality. This is actually my personality. And so I've grown up a lot on the air.
You bloomed.
So yeah,
in full bloom on the radio.
I didn't take to anything like I've taken to radio, and I've done all the things. So I wasn't an athletic guy. I just was so uncoordinated. I had, I was bow-legged, bird-chested. I was slow. You name it, that was me.
Well,
He's like a Bachman warbler.
You mentioned karate a few times. Like, can you do a nice karate chop or a high kick or anything?
Nope. I can't.
Please come in here. In the same frame, I want Bridget Irish dancing and you doing high kicks.
Well, that's why I
like
asked.
you're friggin' Napoleon Dynamite or
Let's
something.
just see who could get higher. I thought it might be a fun little bit, but never mind. What what was it called? The level you get like a color, like a black belt.
Yeah, black belt.
So what level did you get to?
Oh, so
he was a fuchsia belt. He barely.
I was a white belt.
White.
I got to
a crew belt is as high as he got.
I got to a couple classes, and so I was still a white belt. And then I just kind of like hung up my uniform. And years later, I found that same uniform. Obviously, it was smaller, but the belt was a little brown. I was like, wow, did I really get up to like a brown belt? I didn't realize
it was faded.
Aged into eggshell belt.
It was like just so like brown and dusty. I was like, did I really get to a brown belt? She's like, no, it's dirty. I was like, oh, well then yeah, we can just donate this.
He laundered it and it was bright white.
Because I didn't realize. I don't know how much you have to do to get to a different color belt. I don't know how many classes you have to take, and it's probably not classes. You probably have to like test into something.
Yeah, you think you test?
Yeah, you have to.
Oh yeah, I was a carpenter. I quit that. Forgot about that. And I was, yeah.
Radio's your calling, and you're killing it.
That's
Killing it.
I'll tell you what, best sports talker in about a half an hour. You're going to get it. Alan, please tell Bridget her dad was one of my favorite teachers.
Aw.
What did your dad teach?
He was a science teacher at Green Middle School.
Yep.
So me and my dad have this thing. Green, it's a smaller town right between Akron and Canton. So when I come home to visit... Oh, nice little soundbite there.
That's what I do.
So if we ever go out to a restaurant, he thinks that he has taught every single person. So whatever server we have, he always has to ask.
He might be right.
Did you go to Green? I'm like, Dad, you've been retired now for a bit. Like, not everyone knows you, but 9 times out of 10, they actually do. But now, sometimes we'll come home and people will be like, oh, Bridget, a huge Browns fan, or I listened to you on the radio, whatever it may be. So now... we have a little competition. Like, all right, who's more well-known in Green, Ohio? Dad, are you still
how many Instagram followers does he have?
Right. Or
You've stolen his thunder.
Yeah, so now it's like a funny little joke between
and then
us.
he explains how thunder happens. You're like, all right, fine.
But yeah, no, we get that a lot. He was a great teacher. He's also a football and track coach.
Was he your teacher?
They put me in his class. We both, when we saw what like team I was put on in middle school, I was like, no,
he's like,
no, my sister had him, and she was able to make it work. Like, she could separate herself from daughter and student, where me, I knew it was just not going to work.
Did she call him Dad or Mr. Linton?
Mr. Linton.
Yeah. Excuse me, Mr. Linton, what are we having for dinner tonight?
So there is
this. That would be so weird.
Yeah. There is a story that my mom, I think, still is mad at my dad till this day. When my sister was in 8th grade, she had a science project. My dad is the science teacher.
Yeah.
He obviously took her to school. They get to the end of our road. She's like, wait, Dad, I forgot my science project. Well, if you were riding the bus wouldn't turn around. I'm not going to give you any special privileges. And he's like, you're not going to end up going. They go in alphabetical order for their presentation. You're L, you won't. Just so happens a lot of kids were out sick that day.
No.
And they got to L. So he gave her a B because she was late. I mean, he actually gave my sister a B knowing she had the project done.
Wow. He was hardcore.
Tough.
He was an educator above all else.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Let me give you this trip here. Our Alter Ego Festival is back in California, January the 13th. It's going to be at the Honda Center in Anaheim. You're going to see Paramore and the 1975 and the Black Keys and 30 Seconds to Mars and Jared Leto's abs and Bush and Gavin Rossdale's abs and Sum 41. We fly you out, put you up, you and a pal, get you around, give you some money, I think, too, tickets to the event. So listen closely and good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Time for your shot at a trip to our iHeartRadio alter ego now. Text the nationwide keyword PARTY to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's PARTY to the number 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
On that subject of sports, though, I saw that Showtime is finally getting out of the boxing business. Showtime has been airing boxing matches for 37 years. And I can't figure this out because boxing is actually on an upswing now, if you pardon the pun. And I think it's due in no small part to the Paul brothers. Because even if people don't like them, they're getting a whole new wave of people who are at least pretending to be into boxing. And Showtime is like, because all these media companies now, they have to like the swing and the axe. They're like, we're not paying for this stuff anymore, blah, blah, blah. And Showtime has been like the place where all these boxing matches were for a long, long time. And they said, no, we're getting out of the game. Except whoever picks this kind of stuff up is going to start making money because boxing is getting to be like a thing again. It's booming. Like it's like the number 4 sport now for like younger demos. It's the 3 main one. It's whatever, you know. I know hockey's in there too, but boxing is kind of coming back. And I know a lot of people don't. Anytime the Jake Paul and Logan Paul pop up, there's all kinds of people who don't like it.
Me.
They think I know, people think it's fake or it's contrived or whatever.
It is.
But these streamers do not care why they're getting eyeballs. They just want the
they're
eyeballs.
getting eyeballs. They're selling tickets. So
it's entertainment.
The money's real.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
People love to hate them, especially here in Cleveland, which I find interesting since they're
There's
from
a lot
this
of people
area.
that love them, though, here.
But
Yeah, but you know what? That's kind of a Midwestern thing, too, where people get mad if you break out.
True.
You know, they're like, oh, it's like everybody wants to break out of their town. Everybody.
But also, I'm like, I don't know who they are. I've never been that close to them, but they're great businessmen.
Yeah.
They're making a lot of money. So, yeah, I would. He wants all the fame, all the money, and you just got a lot of haters, but
I would
still
also
watching
think,
and listening.
I would also think that boxing's really good for short attention spans because, like, a boxing match, it could be over in 37 seconds.
Right.
You know, those old Mike Tyson fights back in the day. He'd just walk out there, knock a guy out.
And that's that.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I haven't watched these guys fight. Like, I don't know that much about it. But
And they're athletic dudes, too. Like, that's the thing.
Well, you have to be, but yeah.
Like, it's not like they are without any pedigree. I mean, they didn't come up boxing, but wrestling, and they're very athletic. They're like, when they do, I think when Logan does WWE stuff, he's incredible. Like, he's doing like big moves. Like, he's jumping off the top rope and doing flips, and like it's
entertaining.
it's crazy. Yeah, for sure.
I went to the one, it was when Jake Paul came to Cleveland.
Yeah.
It was like 2 years ago. It's not my cup of tea because I don't like blood.
Yeah.
And just like people beating each other up.
Yeah.
But they sold the whole,
Yeah.
what is it, Romo Fijo?
Yeah.
What you
Romo
guys call
Fijo.
it? Yeah,
Yeah.
They sold it out. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and there seems to be a lot more synergy now between boxing, WWE, MMA. Like these guys, you know, Tyson Fury, he's a big boxer, British dude.
Yep.
And he's like, let's go to the WWE. And, you know, it's the same audience.
Because, it's a similar audience, and it's great promotion, and you get big checks from it. And you build up your own personal brand, and then you can charge more for your next fight.
Even if you're the guy who loses, you get rich.
Yeah.
True.
What's better than that?
I mean, your face might get messed up, but at least you have money.
Yeah. You can pay for it.
Pay for it to get fixed.
Yeah. It's not bad at all. No, the first time I was in Vegas was only a couple of years ago, and a buddy of mine spends a lot of money out there. So he gets comped all this stuff. And it was the summer of that Conor McGregor fight. A big, big deal, this Conor McGregor fight. And then and so they have all the undercards. And you want to talk about nosebleeds. That T-Mobile Arena out there, I mean, you're under the ceiling and you're, standing there with like binoculars watching the undercards. And it's Vegas, so it's like they're walking all the celebrities in and all this crap. Sit ringside. Cage Side, whatever it is. And they have all the undercards, and then they make Conor McGregor. It was like 30 seconds, and he broke his ankle or something, and the whole thing's over.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I was there.
Very anticlimactic.
I mean, it's just kind of, that could happen.
Did
A lot
you
of times
say
it does.
the first time you ever went to Vegas was just a few years ago?
For my 50th. Yeah, it's pretty wild, right?
I'm mind blown.
Well,
Why?
because it's like, I'm not a Vegas guy. Like, it's fun now that we go. We just went this past 4th of July. But it's like, a buddy of mine lives in L.A., and he goes, hey, he and his wife, they make a ton of money, don't have kids. He spends a lot of money. He goes, hey, why don't you meet us in Vegas, and we'll get everything comped. You guys will just have to whatever. So it's a super cheap way to hang out. But I was just not a Vegas guy. Like, I'm not a huge gambler.
But if you've never been, how did you know you weren't a Vegas guy?
Well, because everything that everybody told me, I'd be like, oh, what do you do out there? Like, I don't care about shows.
Okay.
This last time we went to like the Punk Rock Museum. I mean, so yeah, it's fun, but I'm not like doing the stuff everybody else is doing. I'm not gambling. I'm not going to so it's fun. Like, we have a good time, but mostly we're like drinking and kicking it at the pool and, things like that.
That's my favorite part of Vegas.
Well, right.
I love the pool parties.
Yeah.
Did you go to any clubs?
No.
That night? You're not a big dancer?
I mean, I also don't like walking into a room where I feel 100 years old.
Your club.
You know how you feel tall around all these dudes,
I thought you were
right?
going to say when I feel old. And
No.
we were not about to be friends.
No, you said you like short guys. It's tough, and for me, I can still kick it, but it's like, I don't want to walk into a place
Please
like
kick
that.
it. Please still kick it.
Listen.
Let me see you next.
But a Vegas club, it's not the Barley House. A Vegas club where it's like $75 to get in.
A bunch of hot, ripped dudes.
Yes, of course. Everybody's secretly 17, No, so we didn't do that.
Well, at least you got to go to that big fight, sit all the way up in the extra Loudville area.
Yeah. Walk out at 11 o'clock at night, it's still 106 degrees out. So, no, it's fun. I mean, we went this past summer, and no, it's good. I mean, it would probably be more fun to maybe go another time besides July when it's 113 degrees out.
That was not the best choice.
No.
I'm hoping to go in February.
You've been, though.
Yes, I've been to Vegas plenty of times.
Yeah.
But February, Super Bowl is there this year.
Oh, right.
Can the Browns turn it around and do it?
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's my plan. I'm going.
So you're planting your flag right now.
Mm-hmm.
Browns in the Super Bowl.
Let's say it. Yeah. Manifesting it.
Put it out into the universe.
Manifesting it.
All right.
I think you'll love the halftime show because it's Usher.
Oh,
and that's
Usher.
your genre, right?
I love Usher. And actually, how about what am I?
He has the herp.
What?
Allegedly.
Stay away from him.
No.
It's not alleged.
He's paying women millions of dollars because they sued him.
Man, y'all don't want to see a
Alan,
black man
no.
succeed.
Do you know this for a fact?
He's succeeding.
How do you know this for a fact?
Because he keeps settling lawsuits with women who say he didn't tell me he had the herp.
He ain't never show his blood test.
Poundcake, shut up.
Well, that makes me really sad.
Well,
However, he has a residency
also short,
in
so it's-
Vegas. No, true. Not, I wouldn't.
Listen.
I more so just love his music and
He's
dancing.
still a fantastic performer. I'm just saying,
It's
give him
not
a wide
dance
berth.
transmissible. Like, you're not going to get herpes from watching his halftime
Right,
show.
watching
Yeah.
his dance.
Yeah.
So he has a residency in Vegas right now, and my friends just got back a few days ago and went. They were so close to him, like probably got his sweat. So I don't know if that can give him the hurt, but
I don't
they
know
were so
either.
close, and I was so
Keep your
jealous.
mouth closed.
And so I'm just thinking, you know what? It's fine. The Browns are going to be in the Super Bowl. I'm going to go, and I'll see Usher perform there. Putting it out in the universe now.
Bridget Linton has said it first on this program. I'm sure there's all kinds of second and third place sports talkers in this town who might have said it. But she knows, and she has put it out into the universe here first. It's going on our collective vision boards. Browns, Super Bowl, Vegas.
Usher.
Hell, we'll
Usher,
all go if that
herpes.
happens. Yeah. It would be worth grabbing some herp. Right? Poundcake wants a skosh of hep. It'd be worth getting a little bit of herp.
Just a smidge.
The Browns, Super Bowl. Okay. I've got to take a break here. We will get to the aforementioned award-winning Poundcake Sports break in a minute here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. Another $1,000 on the way, too. Keyword to get you $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie up at 5:30.
Now you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, get you some passes here to 7 Floors of Hell. Get you a 4-pack, the most notorious haunted attractions in Northeast Ohio. 7 Floors of Hell. At some point, somebody had to make that decision. 6 isn't enough. 8 might be too many. Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds, 7 Floors of Hell is open every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You can go to joebooevilevents.com for the full details and information. I'll throw you this 4-pack here for caller 10, 7 Floors of Hell, through Halloween. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Brand new Poundcake Sports Break, award-winning, as he was recently named Best Sports Talker in Cleveland by the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine. And he'll be under the watchful eye of Browns host Bridget Linton and former classmate of Poundcake. She's sitting in today for Mary, and you will be able to give this kind of, as someone in the sports world, as someone who has background on Cody, we're used to it, right? We had no doubt that he was the best sports talker in Cleveland, but are you nervous, Poundcake, with Bridget here? Oh, he's probably getting a winner, isn't he?
I know I'm good now. Am I nervous with her here? No, it's not her. My groove was thrown off today, and I'm kind of upset about it.
Why? What's going on?
Yeah, because the vending machine out in the... Shut up. No, it's serious. I get my Reese cup every day. I need my Reese cup. I need that sugar surge.
Every day you get a Reese's cup.
I get a Reese cup. And for whatever reason, that machine is not working right, and I don't have my Reese cup. So it just kind of throws me off.
Why don't you bring a thing of Reese cups and put it in the refrigerator? Yeah, but you can't count on that.
Usually I can.
Why don't you count on yourself?
I feel like it'd be a cheaper option, too. Yeah, if you just it's Halloween time right now, get a big bag of Reese's, keep them here, you're good to go.
Get one of them saddlebags of candy you like, and then...
Well, hindsight's 2020. I'll do that from now on.
Get the pumpkin one. You know when they're shaped like pumpkin or the Christmas tree ones? They're like better than the regular one. I don't get why, but they are.
The egg ones for Easter are the best.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. They're different. It's good. Maybe it's just because there's more peanut butter.
Maybe. Top tier, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Now,
I think... I was going to just say, Poundcake, a few weeks ago when Tito announced that he's retiring, we suggested that he would be the next manager for the Guardians because he knows so much about sports. He's the best sports talker. And he knows so much about baseball, he made up new positions.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. You probably heard of what was it? There's left fielder, the right fielder.
Wait, I think I actually listened to the show. Didn't he say like independent fielder or something weird? Yes. And I was very confused. I'm like, did I miss
And line
something?
drive Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what is Cody talking about?
That's just, he knows so much about sports.
I can't wait for this.
The independent fielder.
Independent fielder.
I don't need you judging me.
I'm not. I actually like that name. I wish there was an independent fielder.
Right.
Prince Fielder, independent fielder.
And line drive Peter.
This is my thug thizzle.
Okay.
This is what I do.
Were both of your parents educators?
No.
Okay, because somebody was texting me wanting to know if your mom or an aunt was a teacher at Lake.
No.
She had a
that's
Mrs. Linton and was curious if that was your mom.
Interesting. Maybe that's someone in that Linton family that took Bridget_Linton.
All right.
Why I had the 8. Yes.
But it's your lucky number, you said.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it all worked out.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you arrive at that as your lucky number?
So it's weird. Everything, like a first in life, like according to sports mainly, I was always number 8. Like first time trying out for cheerleading.
Okay.
100 girls try out, I'm number 8. My very first Mid-American Championship of Irish dance, I'm 6 years old. I get number 8. Then my first nationals. And I'm telling you, there's like hundreds of girls that compete, so it's really random. You just get the number 8. It's just a single digit for every first. So that was Mid-American Championship, nationals, worlds, everything. And I always did well on my first.
Okay.
And so I'm like, this must be my number.
For my wife, it's 13. 13 is the,
It just fits.
Yeah. Alan, everybody should wait until November 1st and then get all that sweet half-off candy.
True. Good point.
Mm-hmm. But
why don't you wait until the
Reese's
day after Halloween?
You have to get there early if you want Reese's half off because those are a seller. Like those,
the garbage candy will be hanging out. but
If you want anything like Brock's, it's fine.
Bit-O honey or Bridge Mix.
I still feel like it's a better option to get a Reese's in bulk.
Yeah.
Rather than doing this vending machine thing every single day.
Reese's
Cody.
or Reese's?
Reese's.
You guys keep saying Reese's, and that's
Reese's Pieces. I like the small ones. I like those tiny, the individually
ones?
wrapped ones.
Not
I like
as good as like the egg.
I like the
Christmas
thin
tree.
one. That's too much.
Yeah, you'll get
Isn't
to
it?
know this with him. That's too much.
I'm very
Like,
fastidious with my food.
No.
Are you a light eater?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, I don't like rich, heavy, thick foods, you know. But I do have a sweet tooth that I'm constantly trying to get under wraps. But the Reese's, for me, it's better if they're like either thin or small. You're talking about like the big fat bunnies and the.
No, I mean, now you're being dramatic. They're not like big fat bunnies.
No, they're
little egg.
life-size rabbits rendered in peanut butter and chocolate.
No, I'm talking
too
the
much.
little eggs, the little Christmas tree. Right now, the little pumpkins.
It's good.
They're shaped in whatever the holiday is.
Yeah, but they're like thick, aren't they? Aren't they?
Not that thick.
No.
All right.
It's a little thicker than a regular one, but nothing crazy.
THICCC.
Thick boy.
Them thick ones.
What's your go-to if you do Halloween, like just
Like candy wise or costume wise? What do we ask?
Both.
Well, this year it's going to be all Barbies. It's a good thing there's so many goddamn Barbies because every girl is going to be Barbie this year.
Yeah,
but-
you're probably right.
Yeah.
So I actually don't have that big of a sweet tooth. If I have a choice between like potato chips and
Oh, you're
Reese's,
salty.
Yeah, I'm more
okay.
salty. But if I am going to do candy, I do like the holiday version of Reese's.
The Reese's.
Reese's.
Okay.
What do you
Reese's.
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 Don't listen.
Like the name is Reese and it's possessive.
So I guess I've been saying
Reese's
it wrong. I say Reese's.
Pieces. You'll hear people say, our buddy Brian Kenny does.
Brian
it.
has a great
Reese's
thing.
Pieces.
Yeah.
You'll hear people say. And
Oh yeah.
It's
So I
not
say Reese's
Pieces.
I don't know what I say.
Reese's.
They're
Pieces.
Reese's, and they're his pieces.
They're not Reese's Pieces.
What's been your best Halloween costume ever?
It's very problematic, and it would get me canceled, except that I think I was 6 or 7 years old. I was Mr. T with a bald cap and the mohawk and shoe polish over my entire face.
You did not.
I've told the story before.
I don't remember that.
There are
You don't listen to the
photos
show.
somewhere of me as a kid because the A-Team was like my favorite show that was on TV, and I was Mr. T, except we got the wrong kind of glue for the bald cap. So it was just murder getting the thing off. And I had we did the whole thing, and I had brown makeup on my face. But again, I was like a 40-year-old kid. So when I got to be like 10 or 11, I was like, I'm not trick-or-treating anymore. This is stupid. So I didn't,
So you don't dress up as an adult?
No.
You have, though. You did.
Because my wife loves Halloween.
Yeah.
So if she says, like, this year we're dressing up because we're going to a party, I said, what do you want to do? We'll toss it around. We spent an hour on the way to Louisville coming up with a costume. Years ago, we dressed as the Shining Twins because that's like her favorite movie. So I put on the dress and the whole thing. And it was funny, right? It's a classic. But
Batman Zell.
I was Batman Zell, yeah. But I don't.
Burger King Diamond.
I'll do if we're gonna go somewhere and do something. Yes, but I'm not a guy who cares about Halloween or dresses up.
You got a
I
Halloween
think,
costume ready to go this year?
No, I don't actually.
really?
I'm not a huge Halloween person. I don't like scary things. Like you were talking about that haunted house. People would have to pay me a lot of money to go through a haunted house.
You don't want to get scared and surprised and shocked.
I don't understand that people pay money to get scared.
Okay.
That is crazy. I don't like scary movies. The only Halloween movie I watch is Hocus Pocus.
That's Poundcake's. Yeah, you
I
two
went as
are
with
like.
Fred Sanderson for Halloween.
Oh, that's a
years
good
back.
one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. My best costume ever, which I probably should recycle. It's been a long enough time. I was Pretty Woman. So Julia Roberts.
Oh, that's a good
With
one.
the hooker boots and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mini skirt.
Yeah, fine. Dress up like that. That'll be cool.
But you know the part where she wears like the little blonde wig, but then she takes it off and it's the red curly hair.
Yeah.
So like I went with the
Red curly.
the red curly hair.
Because you're tall, though, and I know it's nerdy and it's probably not in your wheelhouse, but because you're tall, I would think like Wonder Woman superhero stuff would really, you'd
No,
probably
I was
kill that.
Catwoman last year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one worked. So we did this thing at the Browns game.
But most of your face is covered up with Catwoman.
I just wore I was the Halle Berry version. So it's just like a little point here.
Oh, right. Yeah.
ears.
And like the
So-
crop top and the thing. And
Yeah.
Hello, ladies.
So
Yeah.
I did, at the Browns game, though, they did this new AI thing where you take a selfie on this Browns app that we have called Dog Tags, and then it turns you into a superhero, like AI version.
Okay.
So that was part of my in-game thing. And they said, like, well, Bridget, well, let's try it on you. And they did it, and they turned me into Wonder Woman. And I thought about it. I should be that for Halloween.
You should.
All right, maybe that'll be my
Because
costume.
I'm not joking. Everybody's going to be Barbie and Ken this year.
Right.
Everyone. Let me give away this money that we'll get to the award-winning Poundcake Sports Break for this week. It's $1,000 right now, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, this story is every man's worst nightmare. One Tree Hill actress Sophia Bush just divorced her husband after 13 months of marriage. But that's not the worst part. I happen to think this marriage was a farce because now Sophia is taking a dive in the lady pond. She's now dating United States women's national soccer player Ashlyn Harris. Way to cut a guy deep. Not wanting to be with him, I'm just saying, not wanting to be with him is one thing, but to date his female doppelganger is another. Alan, are you able to show the pic to the
Do you punch that up, Bill?
I got it.
Yeah.
Now look at the top picture is her now girlfriend. The bottom picture is her ex-husband. They're even wearing the same outfit, hair slicked back the same way.
Wait, we need the other girl.
The other picture? Okay, there you go.
It's like one.
Okay.
Can you
Yep.
see it?
Yes.
Now, can you imagine how her ex-husband feels in the media where it says, right? Okay.
Sorry.
There's the one picture of her.
Can
as
you-
the other one.
Yeah, can you understand, or I'm sorry, can you imagine how Sophia's ex-husband feels where it says all over the media, Sophia's dating a hot young soccer stud?
Oh, it's a stud, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what we joke here on the Sports Break. You're wrong for that, Sophia. You're hurting that man's pride, but he should have known. He should have seen it coming. I mean, your last name is Bush, after all. Sending blessings to all parties involved. Also, if you want to see how I'll act in a suite at the Browns game or even a Kiss show, wonder no more. This woman is my spirit animal. This Chargers fan went viral for her enthusiasm and facial expressions during the game, and fans are accusing her of being a paid actress or even AI. Well, her name is Marianne Dew, and here she is speaking about the topic.
I am a little bit in shock. It's been a whirlwind. I'm kind of low key. I cheer for my team, and that's what I do. I've always done that, and to be able, during the game, I kept getting messages, and I wasn't looking at them because I'm like, okay, I'm in this game. And then when I finally heard that it made it on Monday Night Football, I was like, okay, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then I started getting messages, and then I was a little bit shocked. But it's been a whirlwind. It's been kind of fun outside of my normal routine. Getting the kids to school this morning was a little bit insane, and hoping that their friends treat them good today, knowing that they have a crazy mom.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, it's been a little bit different of routine, and it sometimes is kind of fun because diehard fans to be able to recognize as a diehard fan is is kind of neat. They tell us you're being paid. I'm like, I wish I was being paid. Like, if they only knew this is how I am every day. My kids are like, Mommy, that's how you are at my flag football game. I mean, why do they think you're getting paid? I'm like, I know, but they don't know me.
They don't know her like that. But she says she's not being paid. But that's the only way I would be able to show up to a football game like that, making those facial expressions. So if that job's still available, I'm in need of another side hustle. But I love this woman, though. A quote from her that we didn't play was, to anybody that thinks I'm paid, I'm still eating ramen noodles. Yes, I said ramen noodles.
I say ramen too.
See?
Yeah, we know. You both say Reese's.
Yeah, Reese's and ramen.
They always get at me because it's ramen. I said, I've grown up saying ramen.
It must be an AK Rowdy thing.
Oh, Miss Do you, boo-boo? And this last story takes you back to throwing hands on Prospect Avenue. It's just a flashback. Today's full of flashbacks. Terrell Owens was caught throwing hands outside a basketball court. Apparently, some poor sport was giving Terrell crap, and they had to square up. This is not the surprising part, but the surprising part was after Terrell beat the stew out of dude, the guy got into his car and hit Terrell in his knee. But no need to worry. He didn't get hurt. He didn't even need medical attention. This is just the price of war. Don't mess with T.O. unless you want to get TKO'd. You know what I mean? And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes Poundcake Sports.
I do know what you mean.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Did you say beat the stew out of him?
That is definitely the longest sports break we've ever had.
Pretty good.
Wait, I am a huge fan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Poundcake, that was great.
Pretty good,
I
right?
was very entertained. I was giving you a round of applause. Love the stories.
That's what I do. I try to entertain.
He's really found his niche with the sports break there.
I understand why you were voted best sports talker in Cleveland.
Yep. Cleveland
Sash
Scene
coming
Magazine.
soon.
The readers of Cleveland Scene, they know what's up. Take that, other sports guys in Cleveland. How do you like them apples? Yeah, that Sophia Bush thing is wild, isn't it?
Do you blame yourself when you date a girl, she goes lesbian, and she looks?
Well, you don't go lesbian. I mean, they were married for 13 months.
That's why
By
I said
the
it's a
way,
farce.
Sophia Bush has been married like 2 other times, right? And it was both real short. Didn't she marry the other One Tree Hill dude, and they were divorced like 10
Chad
years
Michael
ago?
Murray?
Yeah, weren't they divorced in like 8 months or something?
I forget Sophia Bush is a thing.
I mean,
well, she's on one of those like Chicago Fire medical shows. Yeah, she married Chad Michael Murray, and they were divorced in like 8 months or something. So maybe marriage is not. Her second husband, they got married in 2022. Oh, is that this guy?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
But like I said, even if you take out the lesbian part, okay, they were married for 13 months, but she looks just like her ex.
Yeah, the new one,
that's
the
pretty wild.
similarities between us,
That is so
hilarious. Is like,
she's like, I
need a version of you with some little different equipment.
I like you better with strapped.
Yeah, she and Chad Michael Murray were married for 5 months. 5 months.
Wow.
So, and dating a woman doesn't make you a lesbian, by the way. She's dipping her toe. Who knows?
Okay, so dating a man doesn't make you gay? Perfect.
No.
I'll find my mate.
All right.
Come on.
No, you might be right. These two might get married and be married for 20 years. You know, who knows?
She's at least bi. Like, you can't just publicly go, like, announce your relationship and then...
Well, she might not be doing everything, is what I'm saying.
It could be just a companionship.
There you go.
Lindsay Lohan dated a DJ, like a female DJ, for a little bit. She was a stud, too.
Who, DJ Rap? Who did she date?
Oh, I forget the name of
her. Her name's Paris Hilton. That's the world-renowned female DJ you're trying to think of.
There was this little thought DJ, and she looked like
DJ Thought?
Like a Twinkie gay, and she was totally...
DJ Twinkie?
No.
Oh.
But she dated a lot of, like... I think she dated Ronda Rousey for a little bit, too. I don't remember, but...
All right.
She got around.
I have to say I am a huge fan of the Superfan Chargers fan. I agree. I appreciate her
was
passion.
having a great time.
And then someone like dug up a photo of her wearing a Vikings jersey and wearing all purple and
They
thinking
gotta discredit her.
And so people are like, okay, this is all fake. But no, the backstory is like she mentioned her son, which my nephews are the same way. Like they play football and their team is named after an NFL team. Like my nephew plays for the Seattle Seahawks, but he lives in Columbus, Ohio. So that was her son.
Yeah, it's like licensed out to these Pee-wee teams.
Youth teams. So
what I read is that she grew up in Minnesota. So she's like, the Vikings were my team growing up, and now I live in L.A.
See, this is why the internet is crazy. I read that it was...
No, that might be right, too.
No, I read the same thing that Bridget read where it was... Well, she says it in the interview where she was on Pat McAfee, and she said that my kids play football, and, I go and I act this crazy at their games, too.
Yeah.
Well, good for her.
So I appreciate her passion.
Yeah.
At
why
least
not?
she's not like the other crazy sports fans beating each other up at games.
Right. Did you see that? The
Jeez.
Bears fans, Alan, beating the crap out of each other?
I did. Chicago fans like to fight each other, all right? When I went to a Blackhawks game as a kid and the people were punching each other next to me, it was amazing. I couldn't get over it. Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We won't hear his name called on the field.
Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb? Nick Chubb.
Chubb.
Nick Chubb. But you can have it scribbled on something. Get to WMMS.com and register to win autographed Nick Chubb gear.
Nick Chubb's our running back.
Nick Chubb autographed jerseys, helmets, picks, and more. Courtesy of Window Nation at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. How would you like to get to L.A. in December? That's what Bud Light and Circle K want to do for you. I want you to score a game day flyaway. Browns are going to be playing in L.A. on December the 3rd. And all you have to do is next time you're in a Circle K, find that QR code on one of the displays. Now through November 18th, that's your deadline. Scan the code, and you could win that game day flyaway to be in L.A. to watch Cleveland play on December the 3rd, courtesy of Bud Light and Circle K.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy.
by Dunkin'. Everything's better when you're a Dunkin' Rewards member, even Mondays. Every Monday of this month, you get a free medium hot or iced coffee with purchase. Join on the app. America runs on Dunkin'. Limit 1 per member per Monday. Additional charges, exclusions, and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Want to send me a text. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you one more time to Don D. Lickelstein for helping out today. Bridget Linton has been sitting in today. You'll see her sideline at the Browns game, talking to people and getting people excited. And they ever have you whip out the pom-poms or anything like that? I mean,
No, I don't do that.
right.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Just, get my preview of the matchup during pregame.
Yeah.
Try to do a little hype up throughout the game, do post-game interviews when we win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, last Sunday's game was the most fun I've ever had at a Browns game. The energy was electric.
Well, yeah, because it's probably, for lack of a better term, there's kind of a low bar there for a lot of seasons, right? So when you have something like that, you're like, this is awesome. This is exact, because you feed off the crowd.
Exactly.
And if it's just one way, we're like, you got to get them hyped up. That's a hell of a lot harder than it being one swirling,
And
thing.
there were so many 49ers fans at the game on Sunday. They
We
are
were
a very
talking about that.
well-traveled fan base.
Yep.
There were so many there. So to get the win, they're undefeated. All these fans traveled there.
Yeah.
It just made it
And they're
extra sweet.
And they came in thinking this is a gimme.
Oh, yeah.
They were real cocky about it, so that was pretty funny.
Yeah, very
I was
exciting.
downtown on Saturday night, and people were just walking around in their 49ers jerseys like that's the only clothes they brought.
Like, do they sleep in them and just get up and go right to the game? Yeah, that's interesting.
So I'm going to be doing the Cox Out pregame. This season, we're doing away games in the burbs. And so I'm going to be at the Parma Tavern on Sunday afternoon from noon to 2 because the Browns are on the road. They're playing Johnny Unitas and the Baltimore Colts.
Nope. That's why you're not the best sports talker.
Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts
and retired for 10 years.
The Browns are in Indianapolis to play.
Come on, he said it yesterday.
Reggie Wayne and the Indianapolis Colts. Lenny Moore and.
So when you do these watch parties, do you talk any sports?
No.
You just go and have fun.
People aren't coming to hang out with me to talk sports. They're coming out to,
have some drinks, talk about the show.
Yeah, I'll throw an Anthony Richardson at them, and I'll, that's fine. But other than that, I like to, tomorrow night, right? I'll be watching Drew Brees and the Saints in New Orleans taking on the Jaguars.
Every day I have to deal with this.
I'm sorry?
Just don't bring up the Raiders.
Do you hate the Raiders or do you like them?
No, he gets mad because I point out that there has never been a more impressive second act in sports or showbiz than Janine Garofalo, who was a stand-up comedian, is now the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. And he gets really all persnickety with me when I point out, I don't know what you're talking about.
Garoppolo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know what you're talking about. But when the Jaguars are in New Orleans tomorrow night, they're going to have, I don't know who's on Jacksonville. They're going to have Josh Scobie, and they're going to have...
Scobie? Their kicker from 20 years ago?
I don't know. I don't know who they have.
Scobie.
So Drew Brees and the Saints look really good this season, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do. Very, very excited. You know this. I mean, you've really got your ear to the ground.
I would prefer to just listen to Poundcake, best sports talker in Cleveland all day long.
Yes. Well, but there's a method to my madness. See, I make him sound even better.
Actually, that's a really nice of you. That's a good mentorship right there.
I'm jumping on that grenade, right? So that he doesn't really need help. Doesn't need any help from me.
I loved that segment. Round of applause.
It was a fun one.
I'm getting him a sash made.
Hey, Lindsay.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
I wanted to shout out to Bridget because we know each other from pretty much when she was born.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, gross. You're not an obstetrician or a gynecologist, are you?
No, it's a woman.
No, our dads taught together.
Your dads fought each other.
Wait.
They taught school together.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh. Wait, Lindsay, what's your last name?
Salaji.
Oh, my gosh, Lindsay.
What's your social security number?
Yeah. Falaji, is that what she said?
So-
Phalanges?
And we also grew up in the same neighborhood.
Salaji.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh, this makes me so happy that you're listening and you called in. My first time on the show, and I got my own shout out.
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine that it's taken Bridget? She has avoided Lindsay for so long. She has become a local.
She's dodging her.
She's become a local maven in her own right. She was like, I'm kicking the dirt off my shoes of this town, and you can all suck it. And here Lindsay has to call my show just to connect with you again and just plead with you to recognize her as a human and as a living person.
Well, the good thing is
you've been painted into a corner.
Bridget's from Green, so they don't have the internet yet, so they're all listening to the radio still.
You guys, no, Lindsay,
She's hand cranking her rotary phone to get the call
Where are these
through.
voices coming from?
Wait, I do have a question for Lindsay. Lindsay, we discussed it earlier. Who do you think people know more in Green, Ohio? Me or my dad?
You.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, yeah, now.
Can't
now,
wait
right?
to tell my dad that.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for that, Lindsay.
Wow.
You're welcome.
So, Lindsay, what do you do for a living?
I know growing up, I am actually a chef's assistant.
Are you going to be a chef?
No.
No. She's like, I'm a Sioux, and that's it, and that's what I want to do. Is it at a nice spot? Are you in the Akron Green area?
I am in the Akron area.
Spaghetti Warehouse.
Spaghetti Warehouse?
No.
Noodle
it is
prep.
a very nice Italian Creole restaurant, though.
Italian Creole. All right.
Yeah.
Is it called Papa Giuseppe's Cajun storefront or anything like that? All right, so you
Nope,
and
it is Russo's restaurant.
so you and Bridget have known each other like your whole lives, is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Wow. So then she remembers you from the way you described yourself before, where you had the
Probably,
braces
yes.
and the hair
Yep.
and the thing.
Back in my middle school days, real just tall, lanky, brace face.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like
Beautiful
mid
red hair.
Beautiful red hair.
That was very nice.
Did you
Thank
look like a giant little orphan Annie, or what was that?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I love giant little orphan.
There's nothing sadder than an orphan except a tall orphan.
Yeah.
That is
They really stand
definitely-
out.
You guys know I have a dad. We've been talking about
I
him.
know,
Todd
but-
Green.
Oh,
I've got
yeah.
a mom too. Shout out. My mom is actually listening. Who knows if Mr. Linton, Daryl.
It's
is-
okay. She knew your dad's name's Daryl.
I know.
Wow,
Such a
look
dad
at
name.
that. It really is a dad name. Your mom knows you were tall. It's okay. So, Lindsay, did you have Bridget's dad for a teacher?
I did.
You have Mr. Daryl? and
Mr. Linton, yes.
what kind of grades did he give you? Did you excel in his class, or were you a layabout?
Did pretty well, about B's.
Okay. Well, any parting words for the very, very famous and accomplished Bridget Linton before I let you go?
I hope you're doing well, and I miss y'all.
She's
Thank
not.
you so
She's
much,
on this
Lindsay.
show.
Yeah.
Slumming it again.
This is a career low.
Went over to the radio side once again.
In a career of highs, this is clearly a low, Lindsay. Lindsay, what's the restaurant again?
Russo's Restaurant.
Russo's Restaurant. All right. And if people go there who listen to this show, say, hey, I heard Lindsay talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Compliments of the chef's assistant.
They will never even know who I am because I'm always in the back.
Well, they will now. They'll say, hey, bring Lindsay out here. This is the spot in Peninsula?
Yes.
All right. Bridget, any parting words?
Well,
for
Lindsay, this was so cool that we had a caller in and it was for me and not the two main celebrities here.
Yeah.
Actually, we've got three main celebrities.
Yep,
We've got
we do.
sports soccer, Alan, and Bill. So, Lindsay, thank you so much. And yes, I hope you're doing well too. I'll definitely have to come into the restaurant.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, Lindsay. You're never going to go to that restaurant. What are you doing?
Oh,
You're never going to go in there.
I like to try new restaurants. I'll go in. Next time I'm in the old stomping grounds.
Uh-huh.
I got
The
lost in
old
Peninsula one
stomping
time.
grounds. What's that?
I got lost in Peninsula one time.
It's easy to do. It's right in the middle of the park, isn't it?
Well, I think I took an edible, and then my friend, my straight edge friend, was like driving around. And I don't think he knew where he was going, and we just ended up in the metro parks. I didn't realize Peninsula is literally in the middle of like a bunch of trees, and there was like one little restaurant that I was like, I have to get something or I'm gonna die. And we stopped. I think it was like a winking lizard or something. I don't know. It was just like on this road, and it looked like an old-timey
restaurant on a road.
What? I like off-road restaurants.
Oh, old-timey road. No, I know. I think I know which winking lizard that was. Probably the one in Peninsula.
I also have a question about a football question that hopefully you guys can answer. Maybe Richard can answer. Does the opposing team also partake in the Muni Lot festivities or no?
Not typically. It's usually all Browns fans.
But it looks so fun. Like, I only have, like, I've gone one time, but I remember when I was in college, a girl best friend of mine had a boyfriend, and she took him, and he was from Arizona, and he was like, I've seen nothing like this. Brown's tailgate goes hard. Like, there's nothing like it.
We used to do an MMS tailgate before you were on the show. Every year we did an MMS tailgate, and it was so fun. It was RMG and us, and when Maria was here, and it was like the whole crew in the Muni Lot. It was a blast.
Did we do that one? We did at least one time with Poundcake.
We did. I didn't think we did.
A tailgate?
I thought that
because it was
was
when Rover had the bus.
I've never
But that
done
wasn't
a tailgate with you guys.
No, that wasn't an MMS tailgate, though, I don't think.
That was an MMS one, I think, because that's why I was down there.
Oh, okay.
I remember we were like broadcasting from the bus, like me and Charlie.
Yeah. There are some teams, as magnanimous as Cleveland fans can be, there are some teams it's not a good idea to wear the opposing jersey in that Muni Lot.
Right.
Like Eagles fans,
Steelers.
I mean, like
Steelers,
yeah, except that's more of like a one-way rivalry. At least it was for a long, long time. But like, you know, Eagles fans were like punching kids and stuff. It's like, you gotta really be careful.
I'm sure. I know. I don't ever get to participate in tailgating, which
or the punching of the kids.
No, none of that.
Avoid
I'm
that.
actually just very thankful to be at the field very early to concentrate on my job. But prior to working for the Browns,
what year did you start there?
This is only my second season.
Okay.
Yep.
So you get there when on game day?
Around like 8:30, 9 a.m.
Yeah. Okay.
So I get there pretty early. But going to the Muni Lot, yeah, I'm sure there have been opposing teams fans that have tried to come in, but it's mainly the diehard Browns fans rocking their orange and brown.
Yeah. I don't feel like you get the full Cleveland experience unless you've been to like a Muni Lot like that.
Why don't you go?
No, I've gone.
Yeah,
before,
okay.
But I'm glad I experienced it, and like, it's a big to do. Like if someone
people
drives,
are lining up at like 4 in the morning with their RVs, and it's like, holy cow!
Prior to the season opener, they were there like 11 p.m. the night before, and just slept in their cars.
Yeah, I'm not with the Ubering down there or like parking. So if someone's already going and they're like, hey, I'll pick Poundcake up on the way, sure. But I'm not gonna walk a half a mile to just get drunk when I can get drunk at home.
Not a half a mile. He's not gonna walk a half a. That's 12 minutes sometimes if you go slow.
I mean, I have learned about you today, Cody, that you're a little bit high maintenance. Like he only wants
a little bit high maintenance.
Just wants to like go to a concert only if he's in a suite.
He
can
is-
stuff cookies in his pockets.
He's HMAF. Yes,
He's not
indeed.
going to the Muni lot unless he's getting picked up,
Uh-huh.
not walking.
Although I did make the mistake one time of Ubering to the Muni lot, and it's like, you might as well walk. Yeah, I go, homie, I'll get out here and walk. Which I'm sure he loved because he's just sitting there, but he's going to sit there anyway.
And that's the thing, though.
I have to make small talk.
Like, I'm not demanding, because demanding would be like, oh, I have to go to this. Like, I have to go to this, and this is
No,
how
you
I
say
need to be
these are
treated.
my requirements,
And
if they're not met, I won't be there.
Yes, he will. He has conditions. He will only go on certain conditions, and if those conditions aren't met,
but I'm okay with not going.
Right? He's like, no harm, no foul.
Which I appreciate.
Yes.
It's not like he's throwing a hissy fit if he doesn't get his way.
Everyone should have the experience they want.
Yes.
And
I
if they're
agree.
not getting it, hey, we'll go on our way, and it'll be fine.
Like, I'll never sit in Loudville.
With the pores.
Whoa. Yeah, like,
with the pores.
Like, I'm
with
trying
the
to
hoi
think-
polloi.
I'm just trying to think if there's any like
Our-
concert or game that someone would offer me that I would say yes to Loudville. I don't think there is anything.
So years ago, I got offered Celine Dion tickets. Well, actually, no, I didn't get offered. I talked about it on air so much that one of the salespeople probably just got tired of me ranting. So they gave me Celine Dion tickets, and they were sitting right there. So obviously, this was like her first time out of the residency in like 10 years. So I was like, I have to go. This is the first time she's going on tour. She might not go on tour again, which I'm glad I did, because she did end up going on tour again. She has stick person syndrome or whatever. So they give me the tickets, and I'm talking about, oh, I don't have the best setup or whatever, talking about the tickets. And someone there was like, hey, hit me up when you get here, see if I can upgrade you. I got down to the floor with the soccer moms that were fighting. Like, I was on like row J maybe, versus being up in Loudville. So sometimes the squeakiest wheel gets the oil.
Try it again.
Squeakiest wheel gets the what?
Try it again.
I'm not helping you out on this.
No, squeakiest wheel gets the meal.
Squeaky wheel gets the what? Gets the meal?
Yes,
The squeaky wheel gets the meal?
Squeakiest wheel gets the meal.
The squeaky wheel gets the meal.
Isn't the show about to rap?
The squeaky wheel gets the meal?
What is it? What's the saying?
You tell me.
One wheel.
Squeaky wheel gets the...
Thrill.
Thrill? The grease.
One wheel.
Squeaky wheel gets grease.
I kind of like the meal part. I like the rhyming.
Is it oil and
The
grease the same
squeaky
thing?
wheel gets the meal.
Is
The squeaky wheel gets the grease is the phrase.
I don't like that one.
Well, I'm really proud of you. Again, it goes back to that whole networking situation.
Stop being so proud of him.
You network to yourself to get floor seats.
He's
Well
gonna be
deserved.
eating on this for the rest of the year. Just, Bridget's proud of me.
Us zips have to stick together.
I was going to say, they do go back. It's not like she's meeting him for the first time and is somehow amazed at his abilities.
You know what?
I mean,
Good point.
she's known him for a while.
She's like, I can't believe you've made anything of yourself. Good point.
She has seen him grow and bloom as a flower.
He was slumming it with the radio kids in
Yes.
college, and now look at him.
In
I'm
college,
kidding.
he was a squeaky wheel who wasn't getting no meals.
He constantly talks
now.
He constantly mentions that, oh, Akron must not be proud of me. I'm like, maybe they are. I don't know. But I know there are a lot of other successful broadcasters that came out of Akron, you being one of them. Like, all of our people are doing well, from what I hear. I follow everyone on, like, Facebook, and we have, like, a group.
So you were already
highlight reel.
you were already running with an ambitious crew, then, is what you're
They
saying.
are. I mean, a lot of them moved to LA, and I wasn't willing to do that. I'm not going to sleep on
He
someone's
wasn't
couch.
willing to do that.
I'm not
you know?
willing to do that. I'm high maintenance, remember? I'm not
But
gonna
look at
do
the
that.
people who are willing to do that. Look what they've done.
Behind the scenes work.
So they're living their dream. They weren't going out there to be actors. They wanted to work. It's a company town.
No, they were going out there to be actors.
All right, well, whatever. Hey, if you never know if you don't go. Like Smash Mouth says.
Yeah. Rip.
I've Rip Steve Harwell.
God needed an all-star.
Yeah, he did. Get your game on. I got a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192. Next chance to grab some money. There's a keyword coming at 6:30. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now,
you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic